Hey, what's up? We're live. We're here with Steve. Last year, we did a weekly breakdown show. We planned on doing, I think we're going to do that again most of this year. It got sidelined late in the year, but I think we did a good job. I think the people liked it. I'm very ready to just really talk ball.
Yeah, no, I'm the same, and obviously I stream with my sister, and she says just start the games. She's sick of these daily injury scares, which we're still having some, and all this kind of stuff. So start these games. Let's start talking real football.
Like if it's an injury, at least make it in a game. At least have it matter. No more of this. Jamar Chase might be done for 12 minutes.
I will say that looked bad because I saw that not live, but I saw maybe 2 minutes after it was posted. And I was like, oh no.
Well, I didn't realize that he spun around, and I thought it was the foot that didn't get contacted.
Yeah.
So I thought it was bad. And when I seen it the second time, I'm like, okay, it might not be bad.
Yeah. So that one did scare me. Did scare me.
It did too, because I keep getting the 3 spot on the DK Millie. So I got 12.5 to 13% Jamar Chase in the Millie, and I'm 120 drafts in. So it was not a good feeling. I'll say that. But let's say hi to the chat. We got Bukowski here. We got Disbanded. We got Mike Robin. Yao Meg was on Bestball Breakfast today. That was awesome. She got all of her guys. It was great. All of them. No Caps here. We got K-Space. Very nice. Yeah. Well, this is going to be a long talk. We will be here, almost for sure. I'm only here for Steve.
Come on, Jamie. No,
all good.
I know Jamie's joking.
Yeah, I do too. But yeah, so what we're going to do today is we're just going to go team by team, basically division by division. And I have our lads up who I've trusted our lads on their depth chart. They seem to be really in line and really good for the last 15 years. They do a really good job. And I have fantasy points up, and we're going to see if there's any discrepancies, and we're going to kind of just talk through anything that we think needs talked about. Just basically open discussion on every team on just the offensive side of the ball. It's going to be kind of a casual talk, but this is the kind of stuff that we're going to do. We're going to go in pretty deep whenever the games start. But this is more of a feel if there's anybody like the Keon Coleman, Josh Palmer. I'm sure that'll come up. But are we ready to get started?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Go ahead and discuss a little bit here on the Bills.
So, I think the Bills are a team that we feel better about. While it's a coaching change, it is just Joe Brady being promoted. And I've said one thing I've said all year is I actually think, and we'll talk about that with one or two other teams, is Sean McDermott was just extra conservative. So I could see them opening it up things for Josh Allen a little bit more. And so I feel good about that. Feel great about Allen as QB1. Feel great about James Cook because Joe Brady and James Cook, since Joe Brady took over, James Cook has been insanely good. And then it comes down to receivers. And I think DJ Moore is the number one. This is the best quarterback he's had, and back with Joe Brady. Khalil Shakir, I think we know what he is. Is he a superstar? No, but he's a good, solid, just go out there. He's going to get 100 targets and have weeks with 8-9 catches and 100 yards, and every now and then get a touchdown. I think kind of good where he goes. But the big questions to me are tight end, because Dalton Kincaid's injury history, and their third receiver, Keon Coleman, I think are the two big questions. Yeah,
and Skylar Bell's been out, and he supposedly, I know the coaches really liked him at OTAs. I know the beat writers weren't as in, but I liked him as a prospect. I do think he's more of a contingent play if one of the top 3 guys go down. And Keon Coleman, he's going to have a good week. Palmer is the steady guy. DJ Moore is going to be the bell cow. And as you said, Shakir is Shakir. It feels a lot better in round 12 than it does, or maybe
9.
It might be 10. It was 7 last year. He was going to the 6-7 turn for a long time.
Yeah.
So like it feels a lot better. And let's check fantasy points here. And like they have everything the exact same. I'm gonna assume I haven't looked. I'm gonna assume these are all the same. So the one thing I kind of wanted to touch on is these tight ends. And
Yeah.
they are very much we know when they're going to pass the ball because they pull Kincaid out. And they know that that's a thing. Will Joe Brady change that? I don't know. They like both Dawson Knox and Jackson Haas a lot.
Mhm.
So the question is are they going to be less predictable? And I don't think it matters because when Josh Allen's on the field, he just dominates.
Yeah.
Like it really doesn't matter whether the teams know or not.
Well, and the other thing is because remember we talked tight ends a couple months ago, and Kincaid's fallen since then, and so I think it's also a situation where he's much more in a range that it feels fine because from a best ball standpoint, he actually has had good games in his career.
Yeah.
And so from a best ball standpoint, I think he's totally on, somebody we should have a solid investment in. I'm slightly under market, but I do think like where he's going in the late 120s, early 130s, where you generally get him, I think is a fine range for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. If we're talking best ball, Dalton Kincaid is an awesome pick. If we're talking redraft, I kind of don't want Kincaid at all.
Yeah.
Like I think he's fun to mix in like the daily slates and stuff because you don't know when it's going to happen, but when it happens, right?
Yeah, it's
so
big.
like I agree. Like I'm having a harder time with him on DK because Kittle goes after him, and I've been on the Kittle train for a while. And Kincaid goes at like 102 there, but on underdog
Yeah.
he goes at 125, and I think he's a better pick on underdog because like he's not going to get the massive reception totals because he's more of a spike week kind of like he's a deeper target like
Mhm.
air yard kind of tight end in my eyes at least. And he goes way later on underdog, so I have a bag of them there. So I think that's interesting. I think that like the coaches starting to talk up Skylar Bell a little bit is interesting. The one thing I know is that if Skylar Bell's competition is McCole Hardman, like he better win. If he can't beat out McCole Hardman, it's pretty over. That's all I'm going to say as a Chiefs fan. Skylar
I was going to say, what makes you say that?
yeah. Tyrell Shavers though, like I could respect him losing to Tyrell Shavers. Shavers has looked solid a couple times. But yeah, these depth charts on this one at least look exactly the same. And the one thing, like, and we can mix in a little defense if you want, but like they didn't really add anyone. Like they got UDFA here, CJ Gardner Johnson, but like, isn't he kind of a guy people been getting rid of? Like, so like they didn't really add anything, and that's not even where they were bad. They were bad against the run. So
Yeah.
it doesn't make me feel good about that situation.
Yeah. The one thing I would mention is they did lose an offensive lineman. If you want to go to our lads to real quick. And they brought back McGovern. So they're bringing in this Alec Anderson, and they signed like Austin Corbett and all these like interior guys. We'll see if that's a big enough loss or not. Overall, I think their offensive line's good. Deion Dawkins and Spencer Brown are pretty solid bookends. McGovern's a good center. Torrance, they're very happy with. So it's only one spot. And generally, I think you can be okay if you're kind of weak at one spot. It's when you're weak at 2 or 3 that it becomes really problematic.
Oh, yeah. Like offensive line is – and it may be one of those things that they're not great early in the season and they turn it up because like offensive line – is they do need to communicate really well to get things to go. So everyone's favorite team. Well, apparently, hold on. I've not used this site for this, so give me a minute. There it is. I've noticed that they have it now, so I've been wanting to use it. And I love Fantasy Points. Fantasy Points is one of the better subscriptions I have, to be honest. So, all right. So, the depth chart here for the Miami Dolphins, we have listed Jalen Tolbert over Chris Bell. I think that's short-lived. We got Caleb Douglas as the starter over Tutu Atwell. Like, I don't know if either one of those matter. Malik Washington versus Kevin Coleman. Kevin Coleman was an interesting prospect. I don't know what you like. I don't. He was one of those interesting guys where it's like if he lands on a team that has no depth, like he could be a spike week kind of guy. He's really explosive. That's kind of what Malik is. I think if we get I think it could end the season with 3 rookies starting here.
Yeah, and I think this is this is the difference if you're playing like first quarter. I think Malik Washington, Jalen Tolbert are actually valuable picks there. Or if you're doing like eliminator, same thing. But end of the year, I think Chris Bell's definitely taking over. And yeah, I wouldn't put it past Kevin Coleman to take over as well, because Malik Washington, he's fun. I know he's gotten some solid camp buzz, but I think he's very limited. And it was a previous regime, both coach and GM, who took Malik Washington. And Malik Washington was a 6th-round pick, and I know a lot of people hype him up. But even with the injuries to Tyreek Hill last year, he didn't have like big numbers. It's not like he went in and came out and had like 800 yards or anything like that. He had like 350 yards or somewhere in that ballpark. So
he had like one game where he had like 8 receptions or something, and he looked kind of explosive. And other than that, but he also didn't really get those starts with Tua, right? Very often.
Yeah, I mean, Hill got hurt pretty early, so
yeah. I mean, Tua, like based on what we're seeing in Atlanta, we'll get to that. But like maybe Tua wasn't the answer. I actually think Chris Bell is going to be the starter by week 4, but I was very high on him as a prospect. I think that they're gonna want to get at least Bell and Douglas out there pretty early. They've already been talking up Caleb Douglas a lot. So that is something I will say. Caden Proctor wasn't a guy that I necessarily loved as a prospect, but the NFL really liked him. Like the NFL, there was a lot of buzz of a lot of different teams wanting him. And if you plan on if Malik Willis is good, like they have their starting quarterback in the future. If they're not, you might as well start building the offensive line for the quarterback you're going to get next year, because the best way to tank a rookie quarterback is to put him behind a bad offensive line. And I don't think this is like a great offensive line. It's really, honestly, not good. But Patrick Paul's a young guy. Jonah, is it Saviane? I don't know how to pronounce it, but he's young too. He was drafted last year as well, I believe. I think both of them were drafted last year.
They were the 2nd-round picks each of the last 2 years. So
okay, that's what it was. Yeah, so they do need some help, and maybe Malik Willis will make that look a little better. But let's look at what they have over here on Fantasy Points, and we didn't even talk about the running backs. So they have Jalen Wright, Ollie Gordon there, and that's what they have here. And that's something I'd been clicking Ollie most of the season. And it kind of sounds like it was Jalen Wright over the last week and a half or so. That is one of the things that I've definitely changed. It's actually the exact same. Like this whole and Greg Dulcich, like Will Kamarick, he was a 4th rounder,
3rd rounder, I believe.
3rd, yeah. They I know he went earlier than people thought he would, and that's not good for a guy like Greg Dulcich, who's really underperformed every year.
Yeah, the thing I'll say with Kamarick, though, is he is the epitome of a blocking tight end. So now, look, we'll talk about a couple teams where I think that blocking tight end eats into the starting tight end a little bit. I don't know if it does with Dulcich, in part because we don't have receivers who are going to probably be big target earners. So, I think there's just a runway for Dulcich to sneak in like 100 targets, which not many tight ends, particularly after pick 120, can do. what I will say with the Kamaric pick and the Caden Proctor pick is I think they're both really good run blockers. So I do think it's a really good for A-Chain and Willis's rushing ability.
Yeah. So couple things with the chat. We're going to just kind of go down the list, kind of hit everything that we think needs talked about. And you're up, Steve.
Sava yeah, that's not good.
Save Nua. So there you go. Nea. Yeah. Save Nea, I guess. So there we go. I gave it my shot. You gave it your shot. We're good. We nailed it.
I apologize to him and his family.
I don't. Attempt. We give best effort. Best college try there. So do you think, like, just general discussion on it, do you think we see Quinn Ewers this year?
I mean, I don't from a play standpoint. I think I do think like we should acknowledge that Malik Willis he is a smaller quarterback and he's gonna run a lot. And those are not combos that usually lead to 17 weeks, whether you're a smaller quarterback like a Bryce Young who's gotten banged up, or a rushing quarterback like the Jaden Daniels, Lamar Jacksons. I mean, like, I love Lamar Jackson. When he's healthy, he's an MVP guy, but 3 of the last 5 years, he's missed a lot of time. And Lamar is way bigger than Malik Willis. So, but no, I don't think we see Ewers get in there for any meaningful work.
Yeah, in one of my dynasty leagues, so this is unrelated to the depth chart thing, but this guy, they took Omar Cooper at the 2-3, and I love Cooper. I'm still a believer in it, and we're going to get to him probably next. But I was like, hey, we were at the 2-9. I'm like, okay, what's it going to take to move from the 2-9 to get Cooper? Have you move back? And he wanted Quinn Ewers. I'm like, deal, right? Like, sure. Like, all right. all right. Like, it was actually more than that. Like, he made it even worse than that. So I was like, no, it can't be this, like, it can't be this lopsided. Like, we have to do something else. But so on to the Patriots. Like, that's why I was asking about Quinn Ewers, just because it was interesting. So big offseason trade, everybody knows about it. Romeo Doubs. He actually got picked up from Green Bay. AJ Brown, and that was a free agency, and right, that was free agency. Yeah. They picked up Elijah Vera Tucker as well, which is I think is kind of big. And AJ Brown, the big one that everybody's talking about. They also just traded away Kayshon Boutte, but to be honest, like, they have a lot of power here. Mm-hmm. Like, they still have Kyle Williams, they have Matt Collins, they have Efton Chisholm, who showed a little bit last year. Demario Douglas has been a solid pro for many years. What is your what do you think about this? Like, Kyle Williams been popping off once again in preseason.
Yeah, my feel with it is the Patriots were probably going to rotate 4 guys in the number 3 role. Now they're going to rotate 3. And Boutte was the best one. I think he was clearly the best, most talented guy. He's flashed big time the last 2 years. And I kind of think that it actually probably is best for AJ Brown and Romeo Doubs, because Boutte is the type of guy, when he's out there, and we've seen it the last couple of years, he would earn targets. He would earn targets at times over Stephon Diggs. So yeah, I think he can earn targets. He could have earned targets over AJ Brown and Doubs. I don't know if Demario Douglas, Matt Collins, Kyle Williams are going to do that at the same rate. So I actually think it helps their ceilings a little bit. Just to ballpark it, let's say Boutte would have gotten 60 targets. I think, about 45 of those are going to go to be split up between those other 3 receivers, but about 15 of those could get kind of split between Brown and Doubs.
Yeah, I've been taking Douglas for the last like 3 weeks. I'm actually up to 12 to 15% on most sites,
Mhm.
just because and I just want a guy who I know is going to have a touchdown shot at the end of drafts, and I think Douglas is. I do agree that they're going to rotate those guys, but I also believe so. I think if they would have kept Kayshawn Booty, we might have got some Romeo Dobbs in the slot, but we would have got a lot less Romeo Dobbs on the field. So I think that it helps him to have Booty gone,
Mhm.
although he won't ever see slot roll, but it massively helps Demario Douglas.
Yeah. Well, I actually still could see him in the slot some just because I think both Kyle Williams and Mac Hollins are better outside, and Mac Hollins is a good blocker. So from those standpoints, he could, because both Dubs and Hollins are great blockers, so they could have some plays where both are on the field at the same thing, and if they get the right look, they run the ball. If not, they throw it. And then Kyle Williams has some deep threat ability.
Yeah, I mean that's good. Because Dobbs does have the ability to play all the roles. Like he really does. He's a very, very well-rounded receiver. And I think you're right. I think that he might move into the slot here and there. I think they may just move him off the field every once in a while for he's going to be an 80% guy. AJ Brown will be more like a 90 probably.
Yeah.
But he's not going to be a 95% guy. He's probably going to be an 80% guy. And there will be plays where Kyle Williams or Mac Hollins moves in a little bit. But I think overall, I think that we're going to get a lot of Romeo Dobbs. And I think that having him moved up is a big deal. I thought he's been low for a while. I've had a hard time getting as much of him as I've really wanted, but I think he's kind of a clear target. It's a really solid offense. We got a good quarterback. We'll talk about offensive line here a little bit. Will Campbell got shunned last year because of the Super Bowl playoff performance, but there were some things going on with that. Number one, look at the defenses they went against.
Yeah.
Denver, Houston, Seattle.
Yeah, three of the four best in the league,
It wasn't the other one, the Chargers, who's another really solid defensive line there. That's murderer's row. And he was a rookie. And something a lot of people don't know is Drake May was one of the top quarterbacks at PFF does rating, and not all PFF stats are awesome or correct, right? But it's just people doing what they think is right, based on the grades. And I don't remember the exact, but I know for sure he was top 5. I believe he was first in this, but there are sacks created by the offensive line and sacks created by the quarterback moving outside the pocket, out of structure. Drake May was definitely in the top 5. I believe he was the worst in the league. The most sacks attributed to the quarterback himself, I believe, was Drake May last year. So some of that hate towards Will Campbell is misaligned because Drake May is doing things that, he's a rookie trying to just do his job, and now this guy's running the wrong way.
Well, it's not even necessarily running the wrong way. It's just these mobile quarterbacks. We see Josh Allen last year was a bit of an exception, but historically Josh Allen has a pretty good sack rate, low sack rate. But other mobile quarterbacks, Lamar, Kyler,
Fields.
Well, I was thinking of at least somewhat good quarterbacks, but Justin Herbert will have a high sack rate. Mahomes will have a high sack rate, and it's not. Some of it is the Chiefs' offensive line woes, but some of it is because Mahomes buys time, and sometimes you run out of that time that you buy.
Yeah. So Dan Campbell, or not Dan Campbell, Mike Vrabel doesn't really seem that worried about it. He had a slow start too. Didn't he miss some time last year, Campbell? There was something going on at some point that.
I think he missed some camp. I don't know if he missed any regular season.
I don't know. I'll look into it. But now, what's the chances of Tommy DeVito unseats Drake May? Okay, no. But so there are two other things here. Like Eli Raridan is being talked about. So look, number one, we have Caleb Lomu, who is another solid possible prospect as a backup here. But Raridan, really good receiving profile with very little blocking ability. So I think that he'll see the field some, but I don't think he's going to see the field as much as people want being a Vrabel team.
Yeah, I don't really see him as a threat. They also extended Hunter Henry, so it's not even like any big thing in my book. Hunter Henry is really good. Again, another guy we talked about when we did the tight end show. He was like 5th in the league in red zone targets. I don't think that changes too much. And one thing, and this is the whole offense in general, but for Drake May, but the receivers and Henry, is keep in mind the Patriots didn't throw the ball a ton last year. They didn't have to because they were just blowing teams out. Their defense was good. They had a very weak, easy schedule. I think that changes in both. I mean, their defense is still good, but they're going to play a much tougher schedule. We had so many games last year where, and this also leads to Drake May running, where he stopped running, he stopped throwing, and that's just going to change. I think we're going to have more pushback, more back and forth games, and I would not be surprised to see them add 100 passing targets this year.
Yeah. So there is a discrepancy here between fantasy points and our lads. They have Kyle Williams listed ahead of Efton Chisholm from the slot role.
Well,
they haven't updated Booty. So that's why. Never mind. They just haven't updated that. So on to the biggest news. Travion Henderson clearly behind Ramondre now. Question is how far away is he from Land Larison?
I mean, you can never get away from Land Larison, but I do think. Look, I think this has always been mispriced in terms of ADP. The saving grace for Hendo is, of course, his big playability. But so in a spike week game, he offers that, but we should never have expected Henderson to be a guy who hits our lineup 10 times, 12 times. Like I think that's unrealistic. That was unrealistic always. And remains so.
I always thought he was an awesome, if he's your first running back, you need a C-Rod plus Dobbins or something. But I liked him as a third running back or a second one, a sandwich between Dowdle or Pollard and another guy. I've always thought that he needs to be on heavier running back teams, and he's just a spike week guy for the playoffs. And that is valuable. The question is where are we going now? Because it sounds way less it sounds pretty unlikely that he unseats Ramondre, but Ramondre always fumbles and he's been banged up here and there. So, and I mean, it happened last year. He got banged up. Travion came in and dominated for a couple games. And if that happens again, are they, and Travion, if he's not a great pass blocker, but a okay pass blocker, he's at least in the right spot this year, are they going to put it back if he is that explosive? Because I mean, maybe not. It all depends on how the offense is flowing. So I think I passed on him today straight up for Rico Dowdle.
Yeah,
but we both, we'll get into that, but we both like Dowdle straight up over Warren.
Yeah.
So
I think like you said, Henderson is one of those guys, and this is where sometimes, rankings and things you need more context, because Henderson has a lot of upside, and, the best case scenario is this is a Monty Gibbs situation. Just instead of Gibbs being the lead, it's Gibbs is the secondary piece here. So that, and a couple years ago, when at the point where Monty got injured, Monty Gibbs was RB4 at the time. He ended up as RB2, and then Monty was RB11. So
11,
you could have that in this type of offense for sure. But I just think it's tougher and it's just harder to predict. Henderson's explosion week. So honestly, his best format is actually like season, like a drafters format or a marathon, because then every spike week, he could have his biggest spike week 3, where he puts up like a 35-point game, and that 35 points matters just the same among everyone else. But no, he's a spike week guy. I think Ramondre is a very good safe pick. And to your point, there's other running backs in that range who just feel safer and better than Hendo right now, even if they're on worse offenses.
Yeah, I don't know where he's gonna end up, but I do know if I already have, like, if I have a double anchor running back, like let's say I got Bijan Demont, I think tacking on a Hendo over any of those other guys feels fantastic in that.
Sure.
Even though it's a double by week 11, who cares? But like, I think that build dependent, and like in season long, I think Travion, like if you're a redraft player, I think Travion's a better pick in redraft because you're going to know when to start him, probably, because you're going to know when Ramondre's out, you're going to want him. And if Ramondre gets hurt early, you're going to want him. And that's definitely not a non-zero thing. Now, he's also a guy you may cut after week 6. Like, so it's a risky pick as well. Anything else you want to touch on with?
No. I think we covered all the positions there. I would the only thing I would say is Drake May, just to the point. I think he's going to throw more, and I think he's going to run more. Honestly, I think it's not being drafted this way. If you were to say who can challenge Josh Allen for quarterback 1, I'd say him and Lamar are essentially even, and it's not truly drafted that way.
Yeah, well, some of us are sick enough to have been drafting since January. And in January, when these things opened up, Drake May was only a couple picks behind Josh Allen.
Yep.
But part of that was because people were drafting it like it was playoff best ball, and Drake May was still in the pool.
Yeah.
So, and it took a while to get that out of the ADP as well. All right, excuse me. We are moving on to the Jets, and I think there's a lot to talk about with the Jets. Starting with receiver, Adonai Mitchell, the clear left receiver right now. He is just the starting outside receiver 2. Garrett Wilson, absolute stud. Arian Smith got overdrafted last year. He's actually just behind Garrett Wilson now. That's surprising. Tim Patrick, the backup to Adonai Mitchell, like, I wonder if it would end up like Tim Patrick is a solid veteran, right?
Yeah.
But I wonder, I think they would definitely mix these two in for sure if that happened. And they actually have Omar Cooper ahead of Isaiah Williams, which is not the way this is. And this is like, so they disagree here. And what I've been hearing, and maybe I'm rose-colored glasses because I'm a huge Cooper guy, we all know. But I've been hearing that, like, all the buzz about Isaiah Williams is right. He's having a really good camp, but that doesn't mean that Cooper also hasn't had a good camp. So, like, I know Geno Smith has said, no, Cooper's doing really good, stuff like that. So, and that's only come out over the last couple of days.
Yeah.
So, like, yes, Isaiah Williams got in there early, and he was clearly ahead, but I've kind of said this for a while now, and would it shock me if week 1 we get Isaiah Williams out there? Absolutely not. But when Aaron Glenn gets fired, because it's not an if, it's a when.
So week 4?
Yeah, so week 5, 4, 5, 6. They're probably going to put Omar Cooper out because, like, Aaron Glenn, he wants the players that are going to be able to perform now out there for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Omar Cooper is most likely going to make mistakes if he's out there early. He's a rookie. That's part of being a rookie. Aaron Glenn can't afford that. So Aaron Glenn is going to ruin the Jets even more by not playing the most talented player and playing the player who has the most likely chance to save his job. That's been my take. And I think it's going to be like week 6, 7, 8 that we're going to start seeing Omar Cooper just start. And that doesn't mean Isaiah Williams won't mix in here and there. But I think that's kind of been my take for a while now. I've been not taking him as much all the way down the board just because I have so much already. But I'm still like taking him some. But the one thing that I will say that I've been wrong, like Adonai Mitchell, I think is just a good pick, and I've been out on that. So, what is your opinion on what I just said?
Yeah, I'm actually maybe even more bullish on Cooper. I wouldn't be surprised if he is technically starting week 1. Now, I think him starting is different than others because I do think Williams is going to get mixed in, and I think it could be like a 60-40 type split for the slot role between the two of them. I do expect Williams to get mixed in because he has been impressive. And but no, I think they're going to want to utilize Cooper, and especially one thing that helps Cooper in general and even in like the abstract is with Sadiq banged up and Sadiq probably not able to go. They probably we're going to need more help in the middle of the field, which Cooper can thrive in. But 2, I think it would be a tough look for them if both their first-round rookies are just basically sitting on the sidelines. So I think there could be some pressure there as well to just utilize him and get him more, a little bit involved. Now, I think the bigger question is, what does this mean on the Jets? Because, Garrett Wilson's Garrett Wilson. He's always been a big target earner. Now he's never really had a ton of competition outside the 7 games with Devontae Adams. And then Mitchell has looked good, So, and even though Sadiq's not out there, Mason Taylor is not a nobody at tight end. So, and then Breece Hall. So it's like, what kind of role does this end up being from a fantasy perspective for Cooper is kind of what I'm struggling with.
Yeah. So I want to speak on this. Like, I don't think it's a he can't pass Isaiah Williams thing. I think it's an Aaron Glenn is dumb thing. Like, that's just been my take for a while. But Isaiah Williams, like, believe it or not, he actually has standing with the team. He was their MVP last year. Like, the team MVP of the Jets last year was Isaiah Williams. Yeah. Like, that same coach is there. That same coach is the one making the decisions, the one that gave him the team. I assume that it was the coach mostly, and then the team.
Usually players vote, but
the players do. Okay. Yeah. Well, they vote, but like,
yeah,
I'm sure the coaches vote too.
Yeah.
And I'm sure it's weighted. Like, Aaron Glenn doesn't seem like the kind of, like, I don't know. Maybe I have him read wrong, but he literally threw every person he hired under the bus.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not going to trust that he did the right thing there, So that's just me personally. But yeah, I mean, he was the team MVP last year for this coach, a coach that isn't very good. But I agree. Being on the Sadiq part of it is very interesting because that's the big reason that, like, I think he's not going where, like, not where Mekhi Lemon's going, but like still like basically around like Jalen Coker. Like, I think he'd be going around Jalen Coker to where Debo, somewhere in that range, Debo to Coker, somewhere in that range, if they didn't draft Sadiq, honestly, like even on the Jets, just because of the first round capital.
Yeah, first round capital, as we see, means a lot, or early second round. I think Cooper has a role. He'll probably have a couple decent games down the stretch. Another guy who, we're probably talking second half, like you said, after there is a coaching change, when they, similar to the Dolphins, like, yes, they might mix in Tim Patrick some because he's a veteran. They might mix in Isaiah Williams some because, he does have a little bit more standing with the team and just a little bit more experience. But second half of the year, I think it's going to be Mitchell and Cooper and Sadiq, kind of really getting more featured to go along with Garrett Wilson.
Yeah, so they also have an okay offensive line. Like they've invested for a while. They're a decent offensive line. Geno Smith, do we think that Cade Klubnik sees the field? I think I kind of wonder if we might, but it won't be until very late, because I do think that if we get a stretch that Omar and Sadiq are healthy, they're going to want both of them on the field with a veteran quarterback to evaluate both of them properly.
Do you think there's a way that they could petition the NFL to have their rookies wear the other team's jerseys so Geno will throw it to them?
Maybe. Like, hey, like the more pick sixes he throws, the more ball time of possession they have. Like the more, like, this is what fantasy success was like last year. What won everything last year was the Arizona Cardinals. And who threw the most pick sixes? Wasn't it Jacoby Brissett, like starting off every game with the pick six, getting down 20 points?
That helps.
Throwing the ball 40 times. Maybe Geno Smith is the key this year.
He could be.
Maybe. On the running back, so we got Breece Hall, we got Braylon Allen, we got Isaiah Davis. Everything coming out I've seen is Breece Hall is going to be ready, and he's the clear bell cow.
Yeah, I mean that's the report's obviously not great that he's not healthy to start, because injuries can become nagging. We know this all the time. I still question what bell cow means, particularly in a bad offense like this. Just will he have the touchdown role? Like I know he's going to lead the team, but it's more reflective as the ADP, because this is the difference. And I know other shows have talked about this, but it's like, if I want a bell cow running back on a bad offense, I could take Quinshon Judkins 2 rounds later, and probably has a better touchdown upside.
In full PPR, I do think Breece is.
Yeah, I think it's a different in drafters or DraftKings for sure.
And I don't understand the underdog ADP at all this year, man. Like, all of the full PPR guys go higher on underdog than they do on the other sites. It doesn't make any sense. Breece Hall's ADP on DraftKings right now, do you know what it is?
Like 44 or something?
It's 41.
Yeah.
And it's what, 29 under, maybe like 31?
30
now?
or 31, yeah. So it's like 10 picks later.
Yeah, it just doesn't make any sense.
More valuable on.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense at all. So, like, I don't know. Like, the underdog ADPs don't make a lot of sense to me this year. All right. Are you ready to move on to the
Yep.
So go ahead and start as I put in the timestamp for the NFC East.
So, now we talk about another fun offense. We had a couple of dud offenses in the AFC East. I think the Cowboys are about as fun as it gets. Dak Prescott, if he stays healthy, 3 years ago, he's been healthy the last 3 years. 3 years ago, he led the league in touchdowns. Last year, he was right behind Matt Stafford in yards. He's as good as a passer there is in the NFL, and he's got CeeDee Lamb, George Pickens, Ryan Flournoy, Jake Ferguson, about as good weapons as you can get in the NFL. So I feel really great about this offense. I think the prices, while it's expensive for the two receivers, I think Javonte is actually a little underpriced. I think Ferguson's a little overpriced, but still fine. And then Flournoy is like falling again. He's one of the best third wide receivers in the league on an offense, like I just said, is going to produce some of the best passing numbers in the league. And yet he's falling back to like the 170s.
Flournoy's one of those guys I was very, very in on pre-draft. I was one of the first people talking him up. I don't know like where you were at the very start, but I started with him in the 180s. And he moved up way past that, and I thought it was too high. And I've not taken him a lot over the last 2 months, but I'm starting to click him again. Because he is falling. and most of those late round guys that I liked are all moved up ahead of him now. So
Yeah.
like it's all good. Like,
Well, and one thing I want to point out, and not that these are perfect, but you'll see in our lads, they'll put in the at the top line offense 11 personnel, 66%. Dallas was in 11 personnel last year.
yep.
That's one of the highest in the league. So this is the third receiver that we should be drafting. You know, some
Yeah.
teams are 40%.
Like I think New England was like 43%, 49%, 11.
Yeah, exactly. So
So
like that's a significant jump. That's a 17%.
yeah. Is this new? I've never noticed that until this year.
They might have done it last year, but
Okay.
it's pretty new.
I didn't realize that last year.
Yeah.
So I mean, they got 2 receiver ones.
Yeah.
They have one of the best wide receiver 3s. And to be honest, like the slot designation here literally doesn't matter. They're going to move him and CD Lamb in and out.
Exactly.
That's what they're going to need to do. If Devontae Turpin is in, though, he will be in the slot, like almost for sure, or a running back. Hell, like based on what's going, and like let's move this down to the running backs, like because I think if we're going to talk Turpin a little bit, we got to mix in the running backs and like all kinds of buzz for about a month and a half, 2 months on Jaden Blue. They're going to get all these opportunities. 2 preseason games happened. He looked really bad.
Yeah,
and now he's starting to get less and less. Like he doesn't look as good. There's a bunch of Malik Davis hype now. What if they just have Devontae Turpin run the ball 2 or 3 times again, like they did last year, and it's just Javonte Williams, a random guy here and there behind it, and Turpin mixing in?
But I think Turpin, that's the biggest threat to Jaden Blue, because the hope for Jaden Blue is even if Malik Davis is more the true contingent back for Javonte Williams, and also, you know, could move ahead of Maffa for a short yardage. Your hope for Blue is that he can be the passing down back. Well, if Turpin's back there for some of those snaps, then that really, you know, cuts into any Jaden Blue hope.
On top of that, like we had a sit down talk at the end of last year, and that I don't know if you remember that, but the head coach was saying that at the end of last year, he called Blue in there, and he's like, I was very honest with what I didn't like about it. And he's like, so he knows. And then he'd been talking him up. Well, if that's something that, even if he's improved at that, that's something that's possible to reoccur. Yeah. And if it comes between like being able to keep Phil Moffitt and Malik Davis and then just converting Turpin into that Jaden Blue role, like you save a roster spot doing that.
Yeah, and Turpin's spot is safe because he's the return man. So
yeah, you know. So like I bit on the Jaden Blue hype. I'm not gonna lie, I did. But I think that Devontae Turpin is for sure a guy that, like, at the very end of drafts, if you have a in a draft right now, we're very, very ugly. Like, I took Ty Felton earlier. We'll get into why. It had all 3 weeks of correlation stacked.
Okay.
I had all 3 quarterbacks that he played in the. I had all 3 of them. Like, I guess if I'm ever going to do it, it's here. I just did it. Like, literally, it was like the only situation I would do it. But like Devontae Turpin, I think that, and just a Dak stack, like, I think it's fine. This is an offense that's really, like, as long as Dak Prescott is healthy, this offense is going to cook.
Yeah. Agreed. And just one thing I like about this offense is, you know, all the key guys are returning, including most of the offensive line and the coach. Like, there's so many offenses that have either new offensive coordinator, new head coach, or both. And then some that don't have then new quarterbacks and new key guys. Like, this is everyone's returning. I think this is a great team to target for first quarter and like stuff, you know, teams that you want to get off to quick starts. I don't see why Dallas wouldn't.
I was so excited for the first quarter, and I'm so disappointed in the structure.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was so ready. I did well at him last year. I can't get there. That huge finals with almost all the money going to first. Like
Yeah.
it's such a fun contest. I'm sad that I'm not going to be able to play it this year. All right. Odell Beckham Jr. time. Are we ready?
We're ready.
Are we ready? All right. Let's go ahead and lead off.
So, I mean, this is another one where every room, I mean, quarterback, we know what's going on. If you are still playing Superflex, Jameis Winston is maybe the best handcuff quarterback there is, just because Jackson Dart lives in the blue tent.
He's one of them for sure.
But and James Winston's just fun. But yeah, receiver room. So this is one of the ones where we actually got great news in Malik Neighbors' health, but everything else is totally up in the air because they cut Juju, Calvin Austin out for the year. And then it's like we have Fields, Slayton, Mooney, and maybe Odell Beckham.
Yeah. Yeah. So this was updated 2 days ago. So, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Odell Beckham, like, I think he makes the team.
Yeah.
Like, I think the Calvin Austin thing makes the team. Everything I've been hearing is that Malachi Fields is the locked in wide receiver too. I'm assuming that this, like, our lads is usually really good at this stuff.
Yeah.
They have Slayton ahead of him. I've not been hearing that at all. But
I've definitely not been hearing that. What I do wonder, a couple of things. One, I think Fields is because his ADP hasn't really moved up like some other like rookie receivers who have flown up. You can still get Fields pretty late. And I don't know if he'll start the year as the locked in, X receiver. Just because, Slayton has that experience. What I have seen is Slayton is getting more experience at the Z as well. And I think that could just be to give him some versatility to be kind of like that guy who backs up both roles. But we have Harbaugh, we have Matt Nagy, Greg Roman, who's theoretically just in charge of the run game. But I think I would lean the veteran early. But I think Fields is the guy you want in terms of particularly best ball and down the stretch.
So I love that Darnell Mooney is the slot guy, but I also don't think that the slot guy in this specific offense is as important. Like, because part of the reason the Nagy offense's slot works so well is because Rashee Rice, Patrick Mahomes just had a connection. We don't know, like, that's not going to be the Dart thing. And Darnell Mooney's a much different style of player than Rice as well. So if that's what they wanted, they would honestly just put Odell Beckham in the slot, like or Neighbors. Like,
well,
I think Neighbors could just end up being in the slot a lot, and we could have Fields and Darius Slayton on the outside.
Yeah, I actually would not be surprised with that at all. I was just going to make that point. I think, and Mooney can play outside as well.
Yeah, he can. Yeah.
So I kind of think those three veterans are going to kind of rotate in as well. And then Fields will just get worked up, ramped up. And Neighbors, for as great as it is that he's back, he probably does still the first couple of weeks working a little slow. He might not be a 90% guy early on, like sure, end of the year, week 17, he's probably playing 95% of the snaps, but early on, maybe he's like a 60-70% guy. So that could also factor into some of this as well. But yeah, I think Neighbors could, we just talked about CeeDee Lamb, like put Neighbors in the slot. Good luck trying to match up against him.
Yeah. And as he just said, like, does Odell look shifty and explosive again? I mean, he hasn't worked in 2.5 years, right? So he does look explosive, but the question is like, how long is he going to look explosive?
Yeah.
And let me attack this real quick. Got to do the channel antics. Thank you for the gifted membership there, and NFL Picks Danley. Thank you, or welcome to the Who Crew.
Welcome to the Who Crew.
And yeah, okay. Now back to what's at hand. And I think that, like, I've been in on Darnell Mooney just like I've been pretty positive that he's going to have a role. Now, I don't know. It's just like a pick at the end of the draft that felt like it definitely wasn't wasted early in the offseason.
Yeah.
Is all. I don't take him very often anymore. But I'm with you. I think we're going to actually see a whole bunch of neighbors in the slot this year, and I think it's going to be really fun. Now, it is with Nagy and Greg Roman and all those guys. I worry a little bit about this, but all of these guys have had successful offenses in the past. Will they all together be able to make one? They have some explosive players, and you add 2 or 3 explosive players to any offense. Like, the players on this team are so much more explosive than what Kansas City had. Because, like, maybe if Worthy was healthy last year, they would have been an explosive offense. But Rice didn't come back until after everything had already fallen apart. We had no run game. Like, they have 3 running backs, maybe 4 running backs on this team that's better than the number 1 last year on Kansas City. Yeah. Like, I mean, Najee is probably better than what we had. Like, I didn't go into the last season thinking that, but I think Najee last year would have been the number 1 on Kansas City. Yeah. Devin Singletary might have been the number 1 in Kansas City. Tyrone Tracy would have had a role. Like he would have been the Brashard Smith that we dreamed of last year in Kansas City. So we have more explosive play, and Neighbors is miles ahead. Like, I love Rice, but like Neighbors is an elite prospect.
Yeah.
And elsewhere, like Worthy is a prospect probably better than everything else that here, but then you go to Tyquan Thornton and McCole Hardman, and like I think the depth here is just better overall at the positions altogether. And you have the GOAT, Patrick Ricard, which is actually a really big deal for this offense. And go ahead and get into the running back is a very interesting talk here. And you and I are both pretty weighted into one guy, and I assume we're going to have the same take. Maybe everybody here doesn't agree.
Yeah. So one thing, because just mentioned with the Cowboys, and I think it's indicative of the Cowboys because it's same staff and everything. I don't think the Giants will be a 60% 11 personnel team.
True.
For the reason of, one, tight end. We didn't really talk about that. I do think likely, I know some people like Theo Johnson, and I think Theo Johnson would start on more than a handful of teams, but I think likely they paid him. Harbaugh knows him. Roman knows him. So I think there's enough there for him, but they'll be in 2 tight end a lot. They'll also have a fullback a lot. Patrick Ricard was a priority signing. Harbaugh likes a fullback. Roman likes a fullback. I think there'll be plenty of plays where he's a lead blocking, and he's one of the best in the league, if not the best. Fullback, particularly as a blocker in the league, for most likely Cam Scatterville. I do think the Najee Harris is significant, but I think it's significant for Tyrone Tracy. I don't think it's significant so much for Cam Scatterville, really at all. And just from the Tracy standpoint, and because me, I thought when they didn't draft anyone, not only did I think it was great news for Cam Scatterville, but they didn't draft anyone, so they didn't draft a day 3 guy. I thought that was great news for Tyrone Tracy. I thought Tyrone Tracy was one of the better RB2s for most of this draft, since post draft. But he got blown up in the first preseason game. He had a fumble in the second preseason game. He's had a career history of fumbles, not being the greatest pass blocker. That gets you benched in a John Harbaugh offense for sure. And like we just said, like Jackson Dart literally went into the blue tent because Tyrone Tracy missed a block. Like that's just not going to be acceptable.
Yeah, and like the coach speak after that, I went over it. It was not. It was very. And then the next day, they're like, "Yeah, we didn't sign Najee because of the block." Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, you might have already had Najee coming in for a visit, but I'm guarantee you guys that the signing was partially because of that block. Now, I do think that it affects the Najee signing affects Scatterbo, and I do think that Najee's going to steal a couple goal line touchdowns. But sure. I also believe that in full PPR, Scatterbo is just a much better pick than he was because he's just going to get all of the receiving work now. Like Najee's not going to be in there for that. And Tyrone Tracy's probably going to be relegated.
Yeah. I mean, I do think Najee's a better receiver than people give him credit for.
He is.
You know, like even with Jalen Warren, who everyone loves as a receiver, it was never more than 55-45 from a percentage standpoint. But no, I think yes, Najee will steal a goal line carrier too, but that could happen with anyone, you know, and I just think Cam Scatterbo is going to have a pretty full workload. He's got 10 plus touchdown upside. And not only that, because he is potentially the goal line guy, total bell cow, passing game guy, he could be a guy who combines for like 15, 16, you know, if this team scores that much.
Go ahead. About the Devin Singletary thing. I really think we're going to go in with, I don't think this team keeps 4 running backs. I think that having Ricard is your 4th running back.
Yep.
I think that this is Scatterbo, Najee, and one other guy. And it's either Tracy or Singletary. And Singletary is that kind of guy coaches love.
Yep.
He's not going to go out there and win you games, but he's definitely not going to lose you games. So he's a very solid pro. He's like an adult version of Dare Agumbawale. You know, he's like the upgraded version of that, you know.
He's one of those guys who is, you know, never good enough he was a starter for a minute, but he's never going to be a starter. But he could be any team's 3rd back and a handful of teams' number 2 back. And that keeps you in the NFL for a decent chunk of time.
Remember the Singletary Zach Moss wars when they left?
Oh yeah.
Which side were you on? Because I was on the boat they both suck side.
Yeah.
And I think Singletary was the right side of that, looking back. But so another thing, I think having explosive players just help offense. Like Isaiah Likely's an explosive player. Neighbors is an explosive player. Darnell Mooney, if he can regain it at all, he's going to be explosive. If they use Odell Beckham limited, he does look explosive right now. And if they just use him in limited snaps, maybe he does add that. And all that does is make an offense better, right?
Yeah.
This offensive line is fine, not elite, but fine. I think that this is a very high risk, high reward offense. I think this offense could be awesome, and I think it could be really bad.
Yeah, I actually am a little bit more bullish on the O-line because I think they're bookend tackles. They got the 1st round rookie. Their center is pretty solid. Runyon's pretty solid. Like they're not deep, so any injury and they're in trouble. But
if they're starting, this is one of the only teams you can say for fantasy, if their starting quarterback goes down, that you're okay with it. Most teams, it's not that you want it to happen. Dart is better.
Yeah.
But Jameis Winston is a lot of fun. He is going to, they will score points with Jameis. The other team may score more points. Talking about pick sixes, we might have the king right here. Maybe that's why he's in all caps. I don't think so, but yeah.
No, from a fantasy perspective, yeah. We saw it in that Lions game last year. Wan'Dale had an insane game. Also helped because Slayton was just coming back from an injury, and Wan'Dale was the only healthy receiver, but he went off and had a huge game that week.
It took It took Jameis Winston to finally unlock Wan'Dale as a deep ball receiver.
Yeah.
It finally happened. All right. We're going to definitely we differ massively on this team just in general. But I think we're going to kind of agree with the depth chart here. I think this is pretty cut and dry. But go ahead.
Yeah. Let me, so I think.
Do you want to go back? Where you want to go back to the Giants?
No.
Okay.
I was going to say I'm going to start with tight end here because this was just drafted wrong basically the whole time. And there was a report out today or yesterday that Eli Stowers might not be active on game days. So Yeah,
some of us were saying that he was a horrific pick ever since he got drafted there.
Yeah.
I don't know if you were on that side.
No, I definitely was. And I just think Dallas Goedert is actually one of the best tight end picks there is. He goes way too late. He should go 15, 20 picks higher. Particularly with AJ Brown being gone.
Yeah. I felt that this whole time. And the reason I don't have bags of him is because I take a lot of naked Mahomes and backsack with Kelsey because I really like Ladd. So I've been doing that a bit.
Yeah.
And then I also if it's George Kittle in the round before that, I've just taken him because it's the upside thing. Now, if Goddard was there, I have a couple Kittle Goddard teams, just bam, bam, I'm done. Like I got a couple. Those teams feel good.
Yeah.
But Goddard, the guy had 11 touchdowns last year. Jalen Hurts didn't want to run the tush push. And what did they do? They decided that they would run the tush push formation and just chuck the ball to Goddard.
Yeah.
They did that at least 5 times. I think it was 5 times last year. 5 of his touchdowns were those. So he's basically a goal line back and a tight end. And a tight end that on he is the number 2 receiver here. For now, I think going into the fantasy playoffs, it won't be that way. I think Lemon will have ascended at that point, assuming that we get Jalen Hurts able to throw over the middle. But so it says 11 personnel up here, 59%. One thing I wanted to talk about, I was just listening to something and I hadn't really looked into Sean Mannion and that offense as much as I probably should have, but it basically confirmed a bunch of priors what I was looking at. And Sean Mannion's expected to run a bunch, their base offense that they've ran generally is double tight end.
Yeah.
So if Stowers can't get there, if I would have known that originally, I'd have been even more out on Stowers because he has zero ability to block. And those those 12 personnel teams, you have to be able to block some at tight end. And that's not good for Lemon. That's even worse for Lemon.
Yeah.
So do I think that doesn't mean they're not going to run 11, but they may be 42, 43% 11 personnel. They may be pretty low there. Now, this team wouldn't draft Mekhi Lemon where they did trade up for him unless they thought he could also play outside, and they've kind of said that. But they also traded for Dontavian Wicks, and Howie Roseman's kind of a genius. So,
yeah, I mean, my thought on this is a lot of what you said. I don't think there'll be an 11 personnel as much. I think Lemon can play a little on the outside, but he is a primary slot guy, and Jalen Hurts has had some issues with throwing in that area as well. But the bigger issue is he was banged up and missed a lot of camp.
Speaking of that, Landon Dickerson come up with a little injury today, I think, or yesterday. I don't remember exactly what it was. I'll look it up in another window.
But, and Lemon and Devonta Smith both missed a lot of time. And while it's a new offense, I'm not worried about Devonta Smith. He knows Jalen Hurts. He's been in the NFL for years. I am worried a rookie, Mekhi Lemon, especially when they're trying to teach him multiple roles, and that's why some of the latest reporting has been Dontavian Wicks is out there in 2 wide receiver sets. Lemon is going to be kind of primary in the slot early on. Maybe that expands throughout the year. But I do kind of worry he's going to get kind of pigeonholed as just a slot only guy as a rookie. They don't want to put too much on his plate, especially with him missing too much time. And then it's just, he might get 600 yards and a couple touchdowns. I just feel like his ADP has been too much of the bull case and not enough of the risk. And we've just seen more and more risk stack up.
I back to the Dickerson thing. It was a false report. He had a rest day. So that it worried me because this offensive line, was pretty banged up last year, and the tush push I do believe is a part of it.
Mhm.
And like years, like they've done it for years, and it's a lot of the same guys. So like that's part of my like I'm kind of out on them overall because of all this, and like I just think Dallas Goedert has been the clear target in this offense the entire year. Like I think it maybe Barkley. I'm a little out on that, but just because I like all the running backs around him a little more. But I've thought that the best price on this entire offense all offseason has been Dallas Goedert, and I think it's been clearly Dallas Goedert.
Yeah. I definitely agree from the best price standpoint. I mean, I'm still a little bit more bullish on Barkley and Devonta just because this offense was so bad last year. But I think it was so bad mainly because of the coordinator. Little on the offensive line, little Jalen Hurts being just a very inconsistent guy. But now I think you remove A.J. Brown, and to me, Lemon, like the way I look at it, you remove A.J. Brown and Jahan Dotson, and you take those targets and Wicks I actually think gets more than Lemon of those targets. Lemon will get some, but I think some of those just will naturally filter to Devonta Smith being the number one on the team now.
So Hollywood Brown, have you mixed him in at all? I've taken him a couple, like I've done like 1,000 drafts. I've taken him like twice. I don't think he's a bad pick, but I'm also, I kind of believe they're going to be a gross, like move the ball real slow, time of possession. Like I think they're going to be a very low pace of play team. Like a very low pace of play. Like that's another reason I've been kind of out on them. I think that they're going to like bleed the clock and do all that stuff. And and try to win with defense. I think they're going to kind of go more in the mold of like not as bad as what D'Amico Ryans does, but like closer to that than what they've done in the past. And like they have the bodies to do that. And I think if they do that kind of stuff, like it could be really good for them. One reason I'm not as on it, and like part of that's because like I don't think they have the firepower to get into shootouts.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I'm still pretty bullish on Smith and Barkley because we'd see the flashes of it last year. It was just very inconsistent. I attribute that to a lot of the offense coordinator. Kevin Patula, I thought was maybe maybe the worst offense coordinator in the league.
So I had a take on I went on Professional Fanatics the other day, and we were talking about the Eagles. I think it's because of my Goddard stand. And he was talking about how he was just talking about stuff. And I'm like, what if like everything coming out is like how genius Sean Mannion is, right? But what if he just looks like a genius because Patullo is the guy in front of him?
I mean, sometimes that happens,
right? Like what if he's the most average coordinator of all time, but like they just like I know they had Steichen and some actual geniuses before, right? But like the recency bias isn't just 100%. The best ball thing. It's not just the best ball thing. It's a thing everyone does in every facet. So like, what if he is a good coordinator, but not like an elite coordinator? And I think most people think he's going to be an elite coordinator. I think I know this offense believes that, but they also just literally, like you're saying, got rid of maybe the worst coordinator in the league.
Yeah.
So it's probably better, but they also have way less talent. Like you lost A.J. Brown.
You did, but I guess I just feel like they were ahead of the game in talent wise. And I don't think Wicks and Lemon equal A.J. Brown. I think they're fine. And they do have guys like Hollywood and maybe Elijah Moore. Like they have enough depth there to me. And I just think it makes Smith and Goddard better picks is the way I look at it.
I don't love the Devonta Smith click. Like I take him after a bunch of those guys in that round. And even doing that, I'm still at 8% because like I see the single week upside. I've been a Devonta Smith over A.J. Brown guy the last couple of years. Like in the weekly games. Like, I just like him more. He
Mhm.
provides a different thing. I do think that AJ Brown not being on the field is worse for him. Like, I know that the metrics don't show that so far but it's also limited sample.
Yeah.
So the last thing I wanted to touch on is we were seeing like a bunch of like Saquon and Tank eating into the carries a little bit, like all off season. And all of a sudden it's like, okay, it's going to be 80% Saquon.
Yeah.
So I know you've been on he's just going to be the bell cow the whole time, right? I still think that it's going to be more of like a 70-30. I don't think Saquon's going to see like 80%. I think it's going to be a little closer. Like, I don't think it's going to be close, but I do think that I mean, Tank was very explosive last year, and I think that they want to limit the touches to Saquon just for injury reasons this year somewhat. Because, like, I do think that most of their offense is going to rely on Saquon being healthy. If Saquon is hurt,
I guess,
and it's Tank, like now, like, not that Tank's going to be bad, but like they defend this team way different if Saquon's not the lead back. Like, you game plan different, all that stuff.
I agree. I think I do look at it that even if it's 70-30, I think that's kind of baked in. All the other running backs in that range are, 70% or even lower.
Well, that's something else I was going to get to. Like, the only one that might not be is Chase Brown, and I think people have that wrong too. I think that because some of the Keaton Mitchell versus Omari Hampton, like, it's like, oh, he's only going to get 60%. Well, I'll take 60% in the best offense in the league.
Yeah. Well, and I don't know if you saw Daniel Popper had a thing and said, like, don't overthink it. Like, he's the guy. And I think sometimes we do overthink it when we hear like, oh, this guy's mixing in a little bit. And I think it's the same with Tank. Like, honestly, I think the Eagles, would be like feel good. They wanted a clear backup running back because to your point, like, they know they need a running game for this offense to function. Like, Jalen Hurts is a very good fantasy quarterback, but he's just a good NFL quarterback. This is not, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, who survived and made playoffs without any running game. Like, this is a guy who, or, even Lamar Jackson, when, the years before Derrick Henry, when they would have success because Dobbins would get hurt every year. Like, Jalen Hurts, I think they need a good running game for this team to really function.
Yep.
And I just think the one thing I'll say about Saquon is, to your point, they are getting away from the tush push a little bit. Last year, Goddard was the biggest beneficiary of this, but it could be Saquon as well.
It could be. And he's a guy, like, I've been semi fading him, but I've got like 5% Saquon still. So it is what it is. I mean, you got to make moves somewhere. Like, if you want to be overweight certain spots, you got to do things. And I think that the team has an implosion risk, and that's just something I believe. And I could easily be wrong there. Like, the Sirianni thing has felt like it could be implosion risk every year, and it's happened twice.
Yeah.
It's literally happened twice. So, and we're on another odd year. Or I guess last year it didn't happen, but the offense felt like it imploded, but the team didn't.
Yeah.
All right. So on to your Washington Commanders.
Speaking of implosion risk.
Yeah. Nice little segue there.
I'll start out here. There's a report on Underdog today. They're doing joint practices with the Ravens. They said the offense was inoperable because the offensive line was so bad. They lose Larry Tunsil, their best offensive lineman. They've invested a little bit in other areas. Cosme's a good player. Josh Connolly's a good player, but he's young, second-year guy. And then they let Tyler Biadasz go. He did end up getting injured, but Nick Allegretti's hurt. Their center play has been awful. I think Chris Paul has not been playing well. Brandon Coleman has some potential, but I just don't know if you're going to survive 17 games with Brandon Coleman. They did sign DJ Humphries, and so they might very well need him. But I think there's some real risk there. And unfortunately, I think there's some risk kind of across the board. We have Terry McLaurin. I think we feel good about Steph Diggs. We honestly have no idea who the number 3 receiver is going to be. Good luck.
That is a who's who of who's going to be out of the NFL in 3 years.
Yeah.
Like Luke McCaffrey, Traylon Burks, Jalen Lane, Diami Brown, Van Jefferson, just keep sticking around. Jacoby Jones.
Yeah.
Nick Nash, who was Nick Nash was one of those prospects last year that come out. I'm like, I see how fun he is. I don't see it working. Antonio Williams is a guy who is literally one of the most slot only players I've ever seen, at least coming out of college. Now, a lot of people believe he can do the outside stuff, but I think that actually matters because Stephon Diggs is awesome in the slot.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is they don't have anybody to fill the other outside role. Traylon Burks?
No, not really. No.
Diami Brown?
No. It probably will be one of those two. It really will, because I do think they like Luke McCaffrey. They're trying to get him involved more, but he's best in the slot as well. So,
cocaine, cocaine.
Yeah.
It's a new one too. Cocaine, new.
So no, it's I feel really good about Terry. I feel good about Diggs. Avoid for fantasy because they probably will mix them all in.
Yeah, I took Antonio Williams today in round 20 on DraftKings, but I had a Lamar team. He fell to round 6. Lamar's been falling to round 6 for whatever reason today. And then Jaden Daniels fell back to round 7 at 70 to 83, 84. And I'm like, all right. And then all of the guys went. And I'm like, okay, I guess in round 20, I'm fine with it.
Yeah,
it's a unique combination. I also got Scatabo at 57 on that team.
That's pretty good.
So, I'm pretty happy with the team. But, I don't love the Antonio Williams pick right now, but it is an upside pick. I think if you're going to take any of these other guys, it is him. I actually like Jacoby Lane if I'm going to take one of the other guys. If it's not Antonio Williams and you need a guy, I think Jacoby or Jalen Lane is the one to pick. But I do know that they are trying Luke McCaffrey.
So I think it was Ben Standig. It might have been John Keim. One of them said, Antonio Williams is of course going to make the team. I think most people are projecting Traylon Burks making the team and probably Diami Brown. So it's going to come down to McCaffrey, Jalen Lane. I think they believe McCaffrey is just more advanced. So
yeah. Well, I mean, he's older. That makes sense.
Yeah.
I think that to me, of those two, I believe Jalen Lane coming out of college looked better to play outside. And I think playing outside is better for the team overall for Diggs to move to the slot where he's best.
Yeah.
But they're just going to have to put people out there. And I've been pretty invested in Jaden Daniels and Terry McLaurin and Diggs all off season. And I don't regret it, but this offensive line is not good.
Yeah.
And with Jaden Daniels' injury history, it's not great. But as you were talking about Superflex, Mariota is the other best pick on the board as a backup quarterback. He is it's such a good pick.
Yeah.
Do you think there's anything to talk about with the tight ends here?
I actually think Chig is going to play more than people think. John Bates is one of those block only guys, similar to Kazmarek that we talked about with the Dolphins. He's a very good blocking tight end, but he's only going to he'll have 10 targets all year. And Ben Sinnott, this is his third year. He's doing nothing. He didn't look great. He doesn't look great in the preseason. in camp. So I think Chig has just a wide runway to have like 75-80% snap share.
Oh yeah, I fully agree, and I do think that this team will kind of keep the 11 personnel rate. Uh, they'll try to. I don't see how they could not.
Yeah.
Basically, like
Well, I think they'll be behind a lot, and this is
yeah,
one thing. Their defense, which they've tried to improve, and Sunny Styles is a real improvement, but a few other
dude,
pieces are just
I
you know
love Sonny Styles, dude.
yeah.
I love Sonny Styles as a player. He's gonna be. He is so fun to watch. So running back, I all offseason I was Katron or Rashad White. It looks like JCM is like clearly going to be the guy. Like he actually improved his pass catching stuff. They've worked with him specifically to do it so they don't telegraph runs and passes. I still wasn't he injured on and off last year a little bit too, and he's already
Yeah.
come up with a soft tissue this year. So like I think that I'm still going to take him like ahead of everybody, and I think that fear may be the people who love JCM. I think had so many bags at the at the lower price, they're just not taking him as much now, and the rest of us are too scared to move him up because we don't love him as a prospect. I don't love him. I didn't love him as a prospect. I still think Katron Allen. Like last year, they were very comfortable, in my opinion, running a three-way committee. And in my opinion, that's a very likely scenario again, even if JCM is the clear explosive back. That doesn't go ahead.
Oh, I think you have it pretty right on. Yes, they're trying to work with JCM to be a more complete back, but it's still, passing game scenarios. Rashad White is just going to be way better than him, and I think short yardage, it was Chris Rodriguez last year for most short yardage work. I mean, JCM did some, and Rodriguez missed a little bit of time, so that played into it as well. But JCM's calling card was his explosive ability. That's still in his bag, but I don't know if they care about that as much. Katron, he had a couple nice runs in the first preseason game, second preseason game, not as much, but he had some nice runs where he got the most out of it. There were a couple runs where it looked like it should have been for a loss, and he gets like a 3-yard gain. And and those are the types of runs that coaches are going to love. And even Robert Henry was doing it some as well.
That's what C-Rod done last year. That's why they liked him. That's why Kenneth Walker couldn't stay on the field for all those years over at Seattle because he would just take a lot of losses. And JCM has a lot of that. Like he's got that explosive ability, but he's going to do those things that are going to drive the coaches absolutely mad, as you were saying.
Yeah. And he said some fumble issues also. And so we'll see. I think he starts the year, but it's going to be, I think he's one of the most fragile, quote unquote, starters, maybe in the league.
JCM or Mason?
See, I think Mason has less competition, particularly for the touchdown role. So it's like JCM could get more carries, but Mason gets more touchdowns.
All right. Let's go to the Baltimore Ravens and go ahead and start us. Like, unless you wanted to touch anything up on.
No. So a couple things here. One, they did just lose their center, but the rest of this line looks stellar, like absolutely stellar. Stanley, Vega, Ione, Rosengarten, that could be extremely, extremely good.
Remember how you and I all pre-draft were like, Vega's going to go at like 10, 8, 7 because he's clearly the best offensive lineman, and he's just dominated all offseason.
Yeah.
And like, yes, they lost Linderbaum, and that's a big loss, but they're replacing him with like Iona is going to be a 10-time All-Pro.
Yeah.
Like that's how good
he's a stud.
He is an animal. So
and I think it's the guy that's the best news for is Derrick Henry. People keep waiting for the age cliff. I will keep drafting Derrick Henry because he gets 16 touchdowns plus a year. And for underdog specifically, it's just like, what are we doing?
In the draft last night, I went in originally planning on going Derrick Henry in the second round, Chase Brown in the first. That was my original plan. And on a whim, because I figured out, like, I don't know. I think Neighbors is an awesome pick, but if he's going to be ready week 1, but like the original plan was just Derrick Henry there. And I opted off of that, but because I think in a 14 man things change, but like that's for a different time. But like, I'm with you. Like, this offense is going to absolutely cook all season.
Mm-hmm.
And Derrick Henry hasn't changed.
No, not at all. And just there was a lot of questions, particularly after the draft, of the backup running back. I mean, Adam Randall is, he's just a project. So Justice Hill is going to get any, secondary work here. But it is the Derrick Henry show. The big thing here is, of course, one real quick, there was some buzz earlier this offseason that Mark Andrews wasn't going to be the tight end 1 and all this kind of, like that these rookies. I'm sorry. Durham Smythe and Matthew Hibner are not taking Mark Andrews' role.
My problem with Andrews is he was ahead of Goddard the entire year, and that's quickly changed. Yeah,
I mean, to me, it's not that wrong. I mean, 2 years ago he had 9 touchdowns, I believe. So he is like the same kind of Goddard. Like these guys are what people, and we'll talk about it later, but people talk about like Devontae Adams just being a touchdown merchant. Like that's what these tight ends are. They are massive red zone weapons, and they could easily get 8 to 10 touchdowns.
All right. So in the depth chart on both sites, by the way, they have Bateman and Devontae Walker over the rookies, and all we hear is Jacoby Lane. Now, I think that it's very short-lived that Devontae Walker is going to be there. And I think that Surratt actually has a pretty clear path to replacing Bateman, especially after the recent news.
Mm-hmm.
The Ravens are kind of a no-nonsense kind of team. I could see I'm not saying that he would get cut, but if it's a close, I think they may lean towards the guy who doesn't have that they don't have to like re-sign next year or whatever.
Yeah, the Bateman thing, I know he's still out there today. I saw some video clips from the Washington practice where he's cooking the Washington cornerbacks. I don't know what that actually means because Washington cornerbacks have been cooked.
So that was one of my takeaways in that first preseason week. You guys played
Dolphins,
and the Dolphins were just cooking. And they're like, oh, look how good Malik Willis looks. I'm like, hold on, guys. Like, I don't think you remember how bad this Washington secondary was. And they didn't do much to change it. Like, they drafted Sonny Styles in the middle of the defense, nothing on the outside.
Yeah, I think it's going to be another tough year, particularly from a pass defense standpoint.
Yeah.
But so the Ravens, Zay is Zay. He's the number 1, and I do think they're going to move him around, maybe a little bit.
I think they're going to move him around a lot. I think they're going to be a base 11 offense this year.
Well, and this is the difference. With no Charlie Kohler, no Richard, new offensive coordinator. They'll be in 2 tight end, and Smythe is a blocker, like that. That's what he does. But with no fullback, I think they are going to, have more 3 wide receiver sets for sure. Because their number 2 tight end is not a pass catcher like it was a year ago and likely. And, I just think the Jacoby Lane, I'm betting, he's moving up some. I don't think it's too drastic, too high, just because there's so much fragility with Rashard Bateman, his health, his off the field stuff, just his production. And then Devontae Walker has 8 catches in 2 years.
The Commander Fantasy has been excellent. I remember they limited DJ Moore for 8 to 230 and 3 touchdowns.
I mean, and that was Justin Fields throwing the ball. I mean, imagine if you had a real quarterback.
Yeah. DJ Moore's still getting drafted in the 5th round.
Oh, why?
Yeah, I think that the Washington, like, comparing everything to the Washington pass defense, it's like whenever the teams are saying, I mean, the Titans defense thing, we'll get to that later, but like that's really bad. The Dolphins pass defense, real bad vibes. There can be, I think that there's going to be some very, very high wide receiver scoring weeks this year, like really, really high. I think we might get a couple 40 burgers, like 3 or 4, maybe even 5 40 burgers from wide receivers this year, with how bad certain teams are just horrendous at corner.
Yeah.
And I think we may see some giant ones this year. So, but yeah, Jacoby Lane, I don't love the new price. I still kind of prefer some of the guys behind him. But I really want to be in on this offense. So like I do mix it in here and there, and like he just keeps moving up. And like we'll get into Stripling later, but like they're both just inching up and inching up and inching up. And like,
well, I think the difference is Jacoby Lane might be inching up. Stripling is like long jumping up. You know?
Yeah, he high jumping. Like he just I actually had 8. I didn't realize it. I had 8% when he was down below. I didn't think I avoided clicking him all the time at the top of my ranks too. And like I still ended up there. I was like, I just don't want to be overweight this guy. I don't believe in him. So I didn't want to be overweight. But Jacoby Lane was a guy you're the same way. Like we're both Surratt guys.
Yeah.
Like as prospects. But the Ravens went out, they drafted this guy first. Surratt was actually cooking in minicamp, and then he got hurt, and then Jacoby Lane's been cooking ever since. And Lamar Jackson loves this guy, and that's the thing. Like Lamar Jackson has been talking up Jacoby Lane, like, no, he's the real deal, like consistently. Not saying anything about Bateman, not saying anything about Walker, not saying anything about Surratt, but talking about Jacoby Lane.
Yeah, no, and that's why, like, I'm willing to buy it a little bit more. One, because the price hasn't gone too extreme, and this is an offense I want to get. And to what we just talked about, like they are going to be in 11 personnel. So even if Lane is the number 3, you know, like he's still going to potentially have a role and be able to pay off.
What's your ceiling price for Lane?
Probably like 140.
Oh, he's going ahead of that right now. At least where I'm drafting. I think when it gets to like, so I've been mostly drafting on DraftKings, and like 125 is like Savior Worthy, Coker, sometimes Debo's there. I think that range I'm willing to make. Like, I think I could mix them in on like Lamar or Cincy stacks. I think I'm fine doing it there. And I think if I don't have correlation, I want it after those guys. Like maybe before Shaheed. I like Shaheed, but I think Jacoby Lane is a higher upside shot Shaheed with a lower floor.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. Like we're attaching him to what can be a top 5 offense. As I said earlier, when Lamar plays, he's an MVP. So let's just hope he plays this year. And if so, you know, he's going to pull some guys up around him. Like that's Andrew's best years are when Lamar plays, you know, like Zay, you know, when Lamar came back down the stretch, Zay started cooking a little bit. But it's that's kind of what we need to bet on with the Ravens.
All right. On to their week 17 matchup.
Yeah. So this one. Go ahead.
I was gonna say this was pretty simple.
Yeah.
Except for this, why is Drew Sample listed as tight end 1?
Because I do think you'll get the most snaps. It's just Gesicki's going to be out there in every third down. You know, Eric All will play some. Like it is unfortunately is the most rotational tight end room probably in the league.
I've like completely avoided Gesicki. I think I've got like 1% right now. I don't know. Something's felt off all year with that. So I've kind of avoided it just as like, this is gross. I don't want to touch it kind of thing. Like, doesn't mean I'm right, but Gesicki is the pass catching guy, as you're saying. So obviously Higgins, Chase, nothing to talk about there, just like the Cowboys. But I do think we need to talk about Colby Young and Yoshi Voss. Yoshi is one of the only wide receiver 3s in elite offenses that isn't drafted. But Colby Young has got buzz since he showed up at rookie minicamp. And Yoshi Voss is a very replaceable player. So, like, if you're looking at a third guy here, which one do you prefer and why?
I mean, I've probably 0. I'd have to double check 0 Yoshi Voss. I haven't really taken Colby Young, but I get the thesis of it. A few years ago, this number 3 wide receiver was the most drafted, Tyler Boyd. I mean, Tyler Boyd had 1,000-yard seasons. I have no problem betting on that again. It's just I do think they kind of know, like their 1 and their 2 are as good as it gets in the league. I think Jamar Chase is the best receiver in the league. I really do. And we see it when Burrow plays or even Flacco, Chase just cooks and Higgins isn't far behind him. But yeah, I think Colby Young might not start the year getting a ton of snaps, but I think he's going to keep eating. And probably by the end of the year, he is the third receiver on this team.
I kind of think that's the way it is too. And I think based on if I've taken Yoshi a couple times, but only in 20-round formats, never in an 18-round format. But I do think that at this point, like, I think the Colby Young buzz, like, I think if you want an upside shot late, you take Colby Young. If you still need production, you're probably already cooked if you're thinking about Yoshi Voss for production. but like, I think if you still need production at that point, like, let's say you went 4 wide receivers in the middle of the draft, like you went like Makai, Lemon, Concepcion, and Boston for whatever reason, and then Cooper, and you started with like just 3 guys, and then those were your next 3 or your next 4. Like, maybe like there are better guys to take than Yoshi Voss, but I think if it's like a Burrow stack, it's fine,
Yeah, I think what I was going to say best with it is Colby Young. I don't really think he's that draftable, obviously, to monitor.
Yeah.
But what he could be, and not the first couple of weeks, but kind of middle of the season, is that cheap DFS play, that $3,000, $3,100 DraftKings play where you double stack Burrow or have a cheap bring back, and it helps you fit in Jamar Chase. But you're like, hey, he just needs 5 for 50 and a touchdown, and you're just absolutely cooking.
Yeah. I will say I agree with Mufasa. I'm clicking Eric All more than Mike Gesicki. Like, I'm not clicking either one very often, but if I'm clicking one, like Gesicki gets drafted all the time. Eric All rarely drafted. I think it's like a 60-40 on which one's the better pick. And if that's the case, and even if the better one is the 60, which is the guy getting drafted all the time, if he's drafted in 30% of all teams and this guy's drafted in 1%, I'm going to take the math guy. Like, I'm going to take the guy that the math shows that you should take. And that would be all based on what I believe is going, like the odds are, like I'm just going to do that. Like, on a player that I'm not going to take very often. And then running back, like, it's always been P. Ryan, running back 2. This is one of the best offenses in the league. P. Ryan does get used everywhere. He's just a fine running back. The Brooks stuff hasn't seemed great. They have nothing behind Brooks. Like, he should have been getting drafted all year, and he hasn't. And
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree. Like, P. Ryan should get mixed in some. I will say, I think it was Ben Baby, one of the Cincy beat writers, did say that the team is high on Taj Brooks. It's just they also like P. Ryan. So it's, P. Ryan, they just trust him, particularly from a pass blocking standpoint.
I do think Taj Brooks, like, if there's an injury to Chase Brown, I do think Taj Brooks, like, is more of a 50-50 with P. Ryan.
Yeah. I don't think P. Ryan becomes like a 60% guy.
And I think if P. Ryan gets hurt, we just see more Chase Brown.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of. Like, is kind of what I think would happen. Ready to move on?
Yep.
Cleveland Browns. Shedeur does not get named the starter. They decide Deshaun Watson is going to start. And instantly, Denzel Boston starts falling back to the 170s. Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
Every draft I've been in since the Deshaun Watson news, Denzel Boston is just back at the 170 again. It's hilarious. Like, just absolutely hilarious. We hate this guy so much. Like, everyone. And I don't know who the guy is out there, like, taking all these pictures. Like, I guarantee you Watson isn't dirtying every ball.
Yeah.
But, like,
it is funny.
It is hilarious that this guy is going to all these practices just to find balls that Deshaun Watson is dirtying. And he's like, hey, look at our quarterback. Like, that level of hate I can appreciate. Keep doing your thing. All right.
So this team, we should start with the quarterback situation because
for sure.
Like, the problem is no one's good. Like, you can be a Shedeur fan, you can be a Dylan Gabriel fan, you can be a Taylor Green fan. I don't really think there's a lot of Deshaun Watson fans, but nobody is good.
The owner.
This is probably going to be the worst or bottom three passing situation in the league from a quarterback standpoint. But we see plenty of times bad quarterbacks, good receivers can still overcome bad quarterbacks. Garrett Wilson, a guy that we take in the 30s, has had bad quarterback. Like I said this on the stream yesterday, Garrett Wilson's best quarterback was 40-year-old Aaron Rodgers coming off an Achilles. Like, that was his best quarterback. It's been, just trashed every other year. And we still take this guy in the top 40. So I do think Denzel Boston and Casey Concepcion, for their ADPs, can both be very, very good values. Whatever this combo is of quarterback play, I think it's Watson and Shedeur, whether Watson gets 4 games, 10 games, who knows? But I'm still going to be bullish on Concepcion and Boston.
What's your guess?
I think it's about 6 games.
You're not on board with the at halftime week 3.
I mean, it could happen.
After the booze.
Yeah.
And like, I do agree that, like, if you started the season with Shedeur, you can't really pull him to go to Watson because your fans already hate Watson.
Yeah.
But this defense is so good that, like, giving up any game, like of the guys on here, and I'm not a Shedeur fan, but, like, it's clearly not Deshaun Watson based on what we've seen. Yeah. And Dylan Gabriel had a shot last year with less weapons, but, like, he didn't look great. And Taylor Green is just he's a fun project, but he's a project. He's not a this year guy. Even if he does work out, Shedeur is the guy that, like, actually has a potential to elevate his game. So, like, if this team with that defense and these skill position players are going to do anything, like, I honestly believe it has to be Shedeur. And I was not a Shedeur guy coming out. Like, I'm still not. I still don't think it'll work. But I do think that, like, if this team is going to elevate itself, I think it has to be wrist up.
Yeah. One pushback I'll make is I don't know if this defense will be that good.
I've
Dropping
heard
down
that.
from Myles Garrett to I like Jared Verse, but they're just not in the same ballpark. And the bigger thing is no Jim Schwartz. Jim Schwartz was arguably, top 3 defense coordinator in this league. Him leaving, I think, is going to be a big thing. Do they have some really good players like Schlesinger, Mason Graham, still a couple guys in the secondary? Yeah, but I just think losing maybe one of the best defensive minds plus the best defensive player, that's going to be tough to overcome.
I think that there's more overall talent than people really like. Denzel Ward's really good.
I think there is. Like, I think Delpit's good. I think Ward's good.
Schlesinger's really good. Jared Verse is like, he's a top 10 probably. He's close to a top 10. Like, he's not the best, but he's probably a top 10 defensive end, right? Like, close to it.
I don't know. Like, I think he's a good defensive end, but it's just Myles Garrett was elite. Like, there's 3 guys in the Myles Garrett discussion. Like Jared Verse is good. But most teams have a Jared Verse, and including some of the best defense, some of the worst, some of the worst defense in the league. Trey Hendrickson has been far better than Jared Verse, and Bengals still had a terrible defense. I actually think the coach is the biggest factor. Even if Myles Garrett had stayed, I think this defense would have taken a step back with losing Jim Schwartz.
Okay, well, I disagree, but Mike Clay agrees with you. He had them regressing before the Myles Garrett trade. So I still think they're going to be like, I think they're going to be worse. Like, I don't think they're going to be a top 10 or a top 5 defense. I still think they're like between like 8 and 14. It's kind of like where I look. Like, I don't think they're going to be bad. Like, you know what I mean? I think they're going to be serviceable, like a serviceable defense.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're better than the Cardinals or the Titans or some of these other teams, but I just think they're going to go steadily down.
And like, if this offense, and like another thing that we didn't discuss is like, if this offense is horrifically bad, they're just going to be on the field more.
Yeah, that's not going to help,
and that's just going to be worse too. So like, maybe you are right. Maybe it is just horrendous all year. So on to the running backs. We got Quinshon Judkins healthy, looks fine. We got Dylan Sampson, like Todd Monken's new Justice Hill.
Mm-hmm. No, I mean, I think it sounds pretty good for him.
Yeah, it sounds really good. They're going to be behind. He's going to get a bunch of dump offs. Like, I think Judkins is going to get more reception than people think. And by that, I mean, I think he's going to get like 28 to 35. Yeah. Like nothing spectacular, but I think people look at him as Derrick Henry getting 16 a year.
Yeah.
I think he's going to at least double that. Like.
No, I think that's true.
Yeah. And like the thing about Judkins is like, it doesn't matter how he gets the ball. When he gets the ball, he's hard to tackle.
Yeah.
And we seen it in the championship game when they won the title, when Travion Henderson was the guy everybody was worried about. Who dominated in the pass game? It was Quinshon Judkins.
Mm-hmm.
And he looked good doing it. And nobody remembers that. Everybody forgets about that.
No. And like Judkins, before he went to Ohio State, he was the bell cow at Ole Miss.
He was so good at Ole Miss.
And
he was so good.
And this is to my point earlier about the Breece Hall versus Judkins thing is I actually think Judkins is, price considered, just kind of the better pick because I do think his passing goes up. I think his workhorse profile is more secure. And I think this is the guy, the second year guy they lean on, actually more than Fannin. Yeah. Like I feel better about the Judkins price than the Fannin price.
Yeah, I've been seeing Judkins has been falling to the 6th round today.
Yeah.
I've got him 3 times in the 6th round. Like, sign me up. if that's going to happen, I'm just going to start going 0 RB. like if we're going to start getting that, like if I'm going to start getting round 4 Brees, round 6 Judkins, like yes, it's 2 ugly offenses, but I'll be more willing to do it. So wide receiver, I love Denzel Boston. I love Concepcion. It's just a offensive thing. Are they going to be good enough? I think a full PPR, both of them are really good picks. They're going to be behind. They're going to be throwing the ball a bunch. Harold Fannin has finally got to a price I'm okay with. I think he's fine. I still prefer the guys right ahead of him and right behind him to him. I just don't think he had, like you said it before about Goddard and about Hunter Henry, like tight ends, the big part of their portfolio, a big part of the reason we like them is because they're red zone targets. And if the team's not going to be in the red zone, they're much worse targets.
Yeah, and my thing with Fannin, I still have issues with him. Like last year, he was able to earn a lot of targets, particularly in the red zone. I think he had 7. I think they had 16 passing touchdowns, which is, obviously less than 1 a game. That's never good. And he had 7 of them. Is that going to happen again with Boston and Concepcion? I think not. Like, so are the Browns going to throw 28 touchdowns? Like where do they need to go for Fannin to get like 7 touchdowns again?
So,
and I worry if they can get there.
We are on the Browns, and we just got a notification that the Pro Bowl is gone. Do you think this is related? I don't know if this is true, but if it is, do you think it's related to Shedeur Sanders being in the Pro Bowl last year?
It could be. It could be. So yeah, I looked this up. 88 players will still receive Pro Bowl honors with no alternates. So
no alternates.
This does make sense because instead of continuing to go, and this was, remember a couple of years ago, Tyler Huntley played about 7 games and wasn't even that good, and he made the Pro Bowl. And it's like just because, of course,
it's just a shot at Shedeur for no reason.
Yeah.
I get it.
Well, I mean, Joe Flacco made the Pro Bowl also. It was Flacco and Shedeur.
It's
what are we talking about?
It was a joke last year. It's not a shot at, that's not a shot at Shedeur. Like, you can't have that many people. Like, it's never made sense to have the Pro Bowl not allow players from the best teams in it.
Yeah.
Like, that to me is wild. Like as soon as they decided to move the Pro Bowl to before the Super Bowl, they should have axed it then. I know why they did it, because they didn't want to run it after the Super Bowl and have an injury there. And people were already out of football and not invested anymore. And you can't run it in the middle of the season and have a week off, because that doesn't work in the other sports either. I think the Pro Bowl, I think just the skills competition, if anything, back in the late 90s and early 2000s, they had a 5-year span to where the entire week of the Pro Bowl was just skill competitions. I think if they just did that without a game, it would be way better.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree. It had to go. It's just gotten worse and worse. And like you said, you have this situation where the teams who just got eliminated from the playoffs, the Super Bowl teams aren't doing it. The teams that just got eliminated from the playoffs probably aren't doing it. And then you have all these other guys who are, it might be either just rest or the smallest of surgeries or whatever. But it's they're going to do that right after the season. They're not going to wait, 4 weeks to then do their arthroscopic knee surgery or whatever.
They get paid to play, and a lot of players had Pro Bowl incentives on their contracts.
Yeah. So I think that's what the whole Pro Bowl,
why they're
keep
doing
something.
Why they're getting the nomination thing.
Yeah.
And the question is if all these players get nominated and turn it down, if you turn it down, you probably still got the money because you got nominated. So they just had to pay more people. I don't know how it works. Maybe them turning down the Pro Bowl was them turning down the money. The money was usually not much to go
Yeah.
But if you had the incentive to play, and like if you make the Super Bowl, you're not allowed to do it, so you're not allowed to get that incentive.
Yep.
So like it was a joke anyway. So I'm okay with it. Anything else you want to say up here? Like, what about Jerry Jeudy?
Jerry Jeudy, another, like, if you're doing, first quarter, then maybe Jerry Jeudy. But I just think this is going to be the Concepcion and Boston show for the course of the season. And just one point I want to make here, and I'll reiterate some when we get to some other teams, but these are two rookies who are no longer being the highest drafted rookies, but honestly would not be surprising, with the exception of maybe Carnell Tate. And we'll get to him in a second. But every other rookie, you have Tyson Lemon coming off injuries, clear number twos, et cetera, dribbling, all this other stuff. These two rookies could be 2 and 3 in terms of targets, like or receiver targets, and yet they are not being drafted that way.
Yeah, I think everybody is projecting some of the other things, but no, I think that they're definitely 2 of the top 5.
Yeah.
Like worst case scenario. I am going to put the Steelers up real quick. I have to go pee, so I'm gonna let you cook for a minute.
All right. So Steelers, this is another one where you see the 11 personnel last year, 39%, probably going to go way up with Mike McCarthy. They will mix in a fullback, that Riley Nukowski, fullback / tight end. They'll definitely mix in 2 tight end sets with Frymuth and Darnell. But I do think this is going to be a team that is much more 3 wide set. And it probably is more like a 50-50. I don't know if it's going to be like a 66% like the Cowboys were, though that was kind of more where was in line with Mike McCarthy for the Cowboys, but maybe 55% 11 personnel. But that should be on the higher end. I think this is just a completely different team than people are projecting it. They finished top 15 in scoring last year. Their yards were not comparable, but that was Arthur Smith. I think Mike McCarthy is just a different animal than Arthur Smith. And for as much as people want to, keep shutting the door on Aaron Rodgers, he continues to put up solid underlying numbers, things like completion percentage, touchdown percentage, low interception rate. So I think this Steelers offense, I don't think it's going to be top 5. Could be top 10. Mike McCarthy's history is with a healthy quarterback, a top 10 offense. So I do want to give that acknowledgement. I think tight end wise, Frymuth is just more the pass catcher, but Washington will be annoying enough to keep Frymuth from being like a top 12-ish guy. And then I think the running backs, it's listed Warren, Rico. I think it's going to be Rico Warren, particularly from a fantasy perspective, where touchdown, and especially on underdog, where touchdowns matter most. And the wide receiver right now, it's DK, Pittman, Roman Wilson. But this is another one where I think early on, that's probably how it'll go. And even Ben Skoranek will get in there some because Aaron Rodgers wants a veteran, Skoranek can block and stuff like that. But I do think Jaron Bernard will start to get worked in more and more as the year goes on.
Yeah, so I'll probably double say a couple things, but yeah, I fully agree with you on the Rico Dowdle over Warren. We were both on this like as soon as Rico was signed. We've been on it all year, and Rico has been like, both of these sites actually have it the other way, but like I think they're wrong. I think recent reporting has been saying that I don't think it's basically a 1A, 1B. And I know you didn't say this part, but Rico Dowdle is a better, his efficiency off of receiving isn't great, but he's very serviceable at doing the receiving stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So and part of my take on that is who was Jaylen Warren catching the ball from and who was Rico Dowdle catching the ball from? Rico Dowdle was catching the ball from last year was Bryce Young. That's not great. Aaron Rodgers a little better than that. The year before that, Jaylen Warren was catching the ball from Russell Wilson, who's not great, but it's better than Cooper Rush.
Yeah. Yep.
right?
Exactly.
Like, so like in both years, Jalen Warren's had the quarterback that's a little better at like placing the ball for the running back, and like getting you in better situations. So like it makes sense that Jalen Warren's efficiency would look better than Rico Dowdle. But Rico Dowdle, like even with Cooper Rush, like looked like he actually like that year. I think he had more receiving touchdowns than running, because I remember it was really weird. He had like 1,000 yards and only 2 rushing touchdowns or something, but he had like 3 receiving.
Yeah.
That's off the top of my head. I'm probably wrong, but
It's something in that. Yeah.
Yeah. And as the wide receivers, like I personally think Michael Pittman is way like I think him and Metcalf should be back to back. And it's not drafted that way. I think in full PPR and in half point PPR, I think it's the same. I think Pittman's ability in the red zone is underrated. And I think Metcalf's ability to do the entire route tree is overrated.
Yeah.
So, and I agree with the Jeremy Bernard stuff. I think at least by midseason, we're going to see Jeremy Bernard in the lineup, at least mixing in quite a bit.
Yeah. No, that's how I think it'll go. And just honestly, another situation where, I think the rookie will. I don't think there's a ton of competition with Roman Wilson and Ben Skowronek. So I think Jeremy Bernard has a more open path. And while I'm fine that he's fallen, I still think he's mixable in the 18th to 20th round, depending on what site you're using.
Yeah. So this is actually important because Caden Wetjen is clearly the returner too. So like we haven't really talked about returner much, but like this is a rookie. So that's actually very, very bullish for like just Benny Skowronek and Roman Wilson making the team, honestly, because Jeremy is definitely going to make the team based on draft capital. These two are the definite starters. Roman Wilson is getting positive buzz, but everything else is like just guys.
Yeah, I think those 6 guys make the team.
Yeah, these 6 guys, yeah, for sure.
Like Skowronek will make it from a special team standpoint. He's a great gunner. He's a good blocker.
Right. So and but like Caden Wetjen is for sure going to make the team, just because of his special teams returnability. So like if you're in a home league with return yards and stuff, like I wouldn't recommend taking Wetjen. But
he's somebody to consider because
like if it's like a mega deep league, like you start 15 players, because I know I've been in those leagues. Wetjen's a good pick then in those. Like if you're one of those super deep PPR or return leagues.
Well, and just if there are like, I mean, Roman Wilson's dealt with injuries before, stuff like that. Like if an injury occurs and he starts getting into the line a little bit, we saw week 1 of the preseason, put this guy in space and, he can make big plays. So I don't think he's going to earn a ton of targets. He's going to earn a big role, but he is the Steelers' Kevontae Turpin.
Yeah. And you were saying, or about the injury thing, like these explosive players, like all it takes is 1 or 2 plays for them to get an explosive play.
Yeah.
And so, but I'm ready to move on to a fun team. Let's move
on. Sounds good to me.
Let's move on to the Chicago Bears. Like, no offense to Meg on the Steelers there, but like, it's a pretty cut and dry talk.
Yeah.
And honestly, the Bears are kind of cut and dry too.
Yeah.
You got Rome, you got Luther. Luther finally back in practice today. Rome, like I think both sides are fine. Like Rome or Luther first. Like Luther is the higher upside play overall, maybe, but I do think in half point PPR, Rome is just as good of a pick because he's going to get more touchdowns most likely. Jade Walker, I think, is a fun pick. Khalif Raymond getting the slot nod here is interesting to me. I never thought about that. but with that being said, that's what they have here as well. They only ran 52%, 11 personnel. The Bears they were top 5, or they were top 10 for sure in 13 personnel, and they were top 5, I believe, in 11 or in 12. They ran double tight end a lot. So, and I think that this year specifically, with what they've done at wide receiver, I think them not adding anybody other than Xavier Thomas in the 4th round, and like just a guy that knows like Ben Johnson, like in Khalif Raymond there, and the other guy Scotty Miller, like that's what you added to the offense. Like, I think that's a pretty clear sign that they're going to go heavy quite often. And
fully agree.
And I believe that is one of my biggest beliefs in why Colston Loveland is an absolute smash at ADP, because I think he's going to be in there in all the red zone stuff. And I think he's the one they're going to focus on out of the passing game, because, I mean, he's going to, like, Cole Kmet is a fine blocker. Loveland's a good blocker, but Loveland is explosive. And if they're going to be passing the ball in the red zone, like, Loveland's going to be on the field. And, like, I think this offense is going to be able to move the ball. They were kind of a run-first team last year. So I just think that, like, Loveland is kind of a pure smash. I think you're going to get smash games from Luther. I think you're going to get smash games from all 3 of those pass catchers. But I look at Loveland as the number 1 receiving target on this team. I don't know what you do.
I mean, I think there's that outcome potential. The way I guess I look at it, pretty similar. They're going to be in 12 and even 13 some, because they drafted Sam Roush in the 3rd round. He's one of the best blocking tight ends in the draft.
That's a high draft pick for a guy you're not going to use.
Yeah, so I think they are going to use him. You know, I think he's going to, and I think he's a very, very good pick for DeAndre Swift. And yeah, I think this is a team that last year they lose DJ Moore, they lose even Zacchaeus, who had a solid target share as Burden was working his way in. And it's just now very condensed. It is now Odunze, Burden, and Loveland. And these guys are going to combine for, they all could have over 100 targets, and should. And
Caleb Williams is what, 3,600 yards on the Vegas lines?
Yeah. And
if that's spread out between those 3 players and like the running backs and stuff, that's 850 yards each minimum.
Yeah.
Like that's
yeah. I think it's very bullet. And this is what I've said. I said this a couple weeks ago in an article. Well, a lot of people hype up that the Bears are drafted. There's a lot drafted in the top 100. And now Monangai no longer is because of the injury. But they actually can all pay off, because I think it's very condensed. It's just these guys. And none of them are like round 1. So it's like 4, 5, and 6. There's 4 guys.
The Lions pay off every year.
Exactly. I use the Lions as that exact point.
And they've had higher drafted players.
Yep. They sustained 2 first-rounders.
And to be honest with you, this Bears offensive line is probably better than what the Lions have ever had. Well, maybe not ever. Maybe not
ever,
but not from 2 years ago.
Yeah,
but like over the last year for sure, and what the Lions are going to have this year for sure.
Yeah.
So, like I'm there with you. I think that all 3 could pay off. Luther Burden in the 5th round feels fine. I still prefer Rome, but I don't mind the Luther in the 5th round. I think that Colston Loveland in the 4th is perfectly fine as well.
Mm-hmm.
And I think DeAndre Swift is just maybe the clear bet now. Like that Monangai news really changes things. Like I know we both love Scatabo, but I moved Swift above Scatabo.
No, it feels really good for him right now.
Yeah. Anything else you want to attack on here?
No, I think this is a fun offense, and just
Yeah.
keep drafting it.
Yeah. Very condensed offense that's going to score a bunch of points. One more thing on them. I've said it a bunch on my channel. I've not heard you say it on yours yet. What's your opinion on Ben Johnson saying he wants to score the most points ever?
I mean, I think it's my guess is he's just saying what every offensive coordinator, offensive minded coach thinks. Like,
Yeah.
you mean to tell me Sean McVay and Josh McDaniels and all these other guys don't think the same thing? No, I think they do.
My exact words was, the only coach in the league that doesn't think that is DeMeco Ryans.
Yeah.
So like, but all right, on to the Lions. So we got Isaac Tesla, who was like the worst target per route, like maybe ever in history. Last year, he had like 400 and some routes and only got like 26 targets or something. If I remember right, I can't remember the exact number. It was bad. I actually brought this up. I randomly got into a Flock stream and I said this, and Flock brought it up. He's like, "No, this guy's right," because the whole chat was trying to get him to take Tesla, and I said that this is why you shouldn't. So he brought up his stats and like looked into it. He had like 26 targets on like 400 and some routes. That is bad.
Yeah, and I mean, so the problem I have with some of that is somebody's got to be out there, right? You know, like we see this with any good offense with like top tier guys, and it's like somebody is just out there running wind sprints.
Well,
when you've like big time target earners,
we just talked about Ben Johnson running 12. Well, Drew Petzing is a 12 guy, right?
Yeah, I mean, has historically been.
So we got Jameson Williams and Amon Ra. Are we going to take either one of those off the field for Isaac Tesla?
No, definitely not.
So like, I think that he's going to see less snaps this year, and I think that the team likes Brock Wright. And honestly, like Tyler Conklin is a very he's not flashy, but he's a serviceable tight end. He can do everything. So like if they have an injury there, like I think they could still do a little. I think they'd be more 11. If Laporta is hurt, I think they'll do a lot of 11. But as long as Laporta's healthy, I think they do a good mix of 12. Now, maybe they play a lot of 11. I don't know. Because Tesla kind of plays like a tight end too. So he's a really good blocker as well.
I think the positive that Tesla has is there's just no competition. Greg Dortch, you know, like Tom Kennedy has had some preseasons, but he's not a guy. Like there's just no competition here. I do think they will be more balanced. Part of the reason Tesla ran as many routes as he did is Laporta missed half the year or 7 games, you know. So, you know, like Brock Wright and Tyler Conklin are fine, like number 2 tight ends. But if Laporta were to miss time again, Tesla's definitely a better pass catching guy.
I was expecting this to be about 4 hours. I don't know.
So
just because we haven't done it, like our weekly show when we did games, and that was only 16 games, they went about 3.5.
Yeah.
So
I think, you know, the Tesla thing, like for instance, I think like the Ryan Flournoys were always better than Tesla. And
like that's what I had
receivers.
Like no Tesla in pre-draft because of that. Like Flournoy was just after him. Like, but that's a team we know wants to run 11.
Mm-hmm.
We know that they targeted him. We knew that this team doesn't target this guy, and they're going to probably run less 11. So I've been out on that for a while, but like he's kind of free in the 18th round now. So I do think on golf teams you can mix them in. I still don't love it, but like it's the whole, this guy's been drafted all season. But if you're in like a puppy, in a new time box, I think mixing him in's fine. But like on the BBM stuff, I think he's still fine.
I actually think it's actually maybe even better in BBM because Meg was on with Pete today. They got him in I think it was the 18th round, and it's like there's a lot of people who are taking him in the 15th round. So you just got way better combos, in my opinion.
True. You did, but it's those combos were Jacoby Lane at 139 or whatever. But like you got more information, right?
Yeah.
Like you got less zeros.
I think the one thing I'll say for Tesla, or two quick points I'll make, and this will also then lead into the running back discussion for the Lions, is I think the Lions are going to need to throw more, especially in the red zone with no David Montgomery. And I think Tesla is, we talk about contingent running backs. He might be a contingent offensive weapon where if Jameson Williams goes down, Amon-Ra goes down, or Laporta goes down, his role becomes very, very fun because he does have a red zone capability. We did see that. He had 26 catches or targets, and 6 of them were touchdowns.
I got a question.
Not sustainable, but I just think he's more contingent than some other guys.
If JMO or Amon-Ra go down this year, does this whole offense completely implode?
I think Amon-Ra, yeah. JMO, I think, is fun. But I think they could scheme around it.
I think even if Gibbs goes down, I think it's like a much worse offense, but I don't think the whole thing implodes. But I do think if Amon-Ra goes down, this offense is like non-functional. Before we do running backs, like Cody Mays being out 6 to 8 weeks is a big deal. They moved Sewell was a left tackle coming out of college, and they moved him because they had an elite left tackle. So like I don't worry that much, but it is a new spot for one of the best tackles in the league, but a guy he has played a new role, and they got a rookie on the other side. And then I like Ratledge, he's fine, but Mays being out is pretty not great for the offense as well. So I think there's some fragility in this offense, for sure. But like as long as Amon-Ra is cooking, alive, this offense is going to cook. All right.
That's how I feel.
Yeah. So on to running back.
Yeah. I mean, we love Gibbs. He's the 1-1. Pacheco not feeling great, and he's about to get, taken out by his former teammate, Kareem Hunt, it seems like.
Do you think they have a good relationship?
I mean,
do you think?
I can't imagine he loves seeing that.
You think he's like, oh man, not again?
Yeah, kind of. Can you hear me? Did I freeze or did who freeze? Let me know. All right, so it's Bestball on call. Okay, who froze? So yeah, I mean, we'll need to go to the next team. Hopefully he can come back in a second.
It was a blip.
Okay, good.
I could still see the chat. I just couldn't see anything. I was in the middle of a fun little thing. Where did I stop?
Do you think they're close? What do you think he thinks?
Yeah, so I went into a pretty funny thing there. I go, do you think that Pacheco removed Kareem Hunt from his friends list? Do you think that they sent a text? Do you think he's happy? Do you think they're celebrated together?
Do you think he's
plotting some kind of heist in his house? What do you think's going on?
Yeah, I can't imagine he's happy. It's not a great situation, in my opinion, if you're Pacheco, because it was always maybe the most fragile number 2 back role, and all these other guys, and the draft went by, nobody was drafted. Najee signed, with the Giants, and now it's like, damn it.
I took some Pacheco. I don't regret any of it because it's still contingent back number 2, elite offense, especially in the time boxes. I think it was a fine bet.
Yeah.
So
no, I did.
I don't regret it. I actually have a bunch of them in Eliminator because I like if Gibbs goes down, if Gibbs goes down, Pacheco's still probably a fine pick.
Yeah.
Honestly. But I think Pacheco's still the better pick over Hunt.
I think right now, I just worry that Hunt does sign and they end up splitting the number 2 role, which was always going to go down. Is never going to be the same Monty role.
Yeah.
So.
All right. This one's fun. I like the Packers talk. I'll start.
Okay.
Sky Moore is listed on this team. I gotta throw shade at Sky Moore. It's bleak when you have to roster Sky Moore. The Niners were down like 12 receivers last year, and he was still wide receiver 5. But I'm assuming, yeah, he's always a punt and kickoff returner, which is wild because he's never been good at it. But the team still like him. So Christian Watson, the clear number 1 drafted guy, but everything coming out of camp is kind of like Matthew Golden's really, really looking good. He's the locked in outside receiver. He's going to be in the role. He's going to be on the field all the time. Jaden Reed, I'd like for best ball, but if it's a redraft, I think Matthew Golden's the clear better pick as well. Just because Jaden Reed might have the bigger spike weeks, maybe, but Golden is going to for sure be a big part of the game plan every week.
Yeah.
And Watson is awesome, but he's like a discount I guess he's not really that much of a discount JMO, but I think that this team is going to run as much 11 as they did last year, but they're going to run it between 3.5 guys instead of 5.
Yeah.
And that's huge. And I think Savion will get in there a little, but I do think it's going to be a lot of Golden, a lot of Watson, and I think Jaden Reed will get 60% snap shares. I think Savion will be in a little bit. If the Jacob suspension actually happens, Savion may cook in the first few games. We'll probably get Marshawn Lloyd, Chris Brooks, but I bet Savion gets some carries if that happens, in the first few weeks. But I think those 3 are clearly awesome picks. I think there's a reason they all go around the top 110. I think that this team's going to run or pass the ball way more this year. Even if the Jacobs thing happens, I really think that they become a pass first team early. I thought it was going to happen anyway because with what's his name, the defensive lineman Parsons being out for the first basically half of the year, I think they're going to be behind a lot. I think they're going to have to throw the ball. And even so, I think that all of those guys are really good. That's why I've been in on Tucker Kraft so much. Tucker Kraft, they have said they're going to ease in, but that just means he's not going to be out there blocking. He's basically going to be Dalton Kincaid for the first 3 to 5 weeks, probably. And then he's going to turn into being on the field all the time. That's the way I see it.
Yeah, I mean, I think I see it fairly similarly because the biggest thing is this was the deepest wide receiver room in the NFL the last couple of years, and now it's just very clear. I think it's these 3 guys. Savion Bowe will get a few snaps here or there, but it's these 3 guys. And the other factor that you have is Kraft is coming off an injury. Also, Luke Musgrave is injured. So do I think Josh Weil is going to, earn targets? No. And Josh Jacobs, everything is pointing right because Josh Jacobs just, you could even point to age and, he got banged up down the stretch last year. And of course the off the field stuff, I'm saying that he might get suspended. I don't care how much you like Marshawn Lloyd. There's no way he's taking on the workload that Josh Jacobs had. So it's just, I agree. They're going to throw the ball more, particularly condensed to these 3 wide receivers. I think they're all fine picks, particularly in best ball. Because it's each week 1 or 2 are going to be pretty good. You just don't know which ones.
What's your take on Savion?
I mean, I think he can be a fun guy. he'll get mixed in. He'll steal a touchdown here or there. He'll get a couple carries, couple catches, particularly out of the backfield. And, they'll scheme up a touch or two here. But it's like Jaden Reed does a lot of schemed up touches, and he's just probably better at it.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I just love Savion. I do I think Savion, I love him as a player. I think his upside is if Jacobs is suspended or gets hurt or Marshawn Lloyd gets hurt, I think he starts seeing some carries.
Yeah. I think the most interesting thing is what happens if Christian Watson gets hurt, because they went from having 3 guys who could play the X receiver role, Watson, Dubs, Dontavian Wicks, to 1 guy. So I do think that is an interesting thing of what happens. How do they figure that out?
Yeah,
it's not going to be Savion Williams.
For those of you who don't know, Savion Williams isn't that style of player, but the dude is 6'4".
Yeah.
And really fast. And he had an 85% contested catch rate coming out of college that senior year. 85. Number 2 that year was actually Pat Bryant at 68. That's one reason I was so high on Pat Bryant. So I remember those. But and it was on 12 receptions. It was 12 of 15 targets. 15 were contested. Now, and 15 and a lot of those contested catches, his college quarterback was not good.
Yeah.
He was also a college quarterback because he ran the Wildcat because their quarterback wasn't good. But anyway, yeah. Oh, we didn't even get to the running backs. But yeah, let's tack on to the running backs real quick. If Jacobs is suspended for 4 weeks, we assume may happen. Mm-hmm. So, number one, the comments today.
Yeah.
It's a big nothing burger to me. Every team, when stuff like this happens, the first thing they think about is, what do we do if they're gone? That's just basic game planning. From any perspective, people, I heard that Josh Jacobs fell to 80 in one of the lobbies. I don't know what tournament it was in, but I heard he went to 80 in a lobby.
Yeah.
I heard that Marshawn Lloyd is getting pulled up to 95. Maybe I don't even if it happens, I think that's fine. But it's just when people were doing that with Mike Washington. You're probably going to look silly in 3 days.
Agreed. And here's the thing, I am lower on Josh Jacobs because I think, yes, the suspension was baked in a little bit, but it's not fully. And 4 games, 4, 5, 6, whatever it would be, that is significant. Advancing does matter. So, losing your 4th round pick or can still hurt you. So I don't mind him falling a little bit, but yeah, he shouldn't fall to 80. He should fall behind Swift and Scatterbo, maybe more fully. A lot of times he'd be taken ahead of them.
Josh Jacobs out 4 games or Travion Henderson.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the question.
Who do you want?
So for me, a lot is dependent on how we're building this team.
Yeah.
And but I will take some Jacobs in that range. But it's now with some of the Swift Scatterboo stuff, to me that feels better. And I think it's the Judkin, it's bell cow guy who's not going to be suspended for a bad offense, or a potential bell cow who is going to be suspended for a good offense. So I just, my biggest thing would just be build correctly with Josh Jacobs. I do think Lloyd should be moving up. When this started, I kept thinking they were going to draft somebody, sign somebody. They did none of the above. He's, Lloyd should be drafted in the. Yeah.
What? Once again, where are you taking Lloyd at now? I think for me, I've also moved Woody Marks up. So Woody Marks, Aaron Jones, or Marshawn Lloyd?
I'm probably going Marks and Jones above Lloyd.
Okay. I think I think I mix all three of those in equally. Is kind of where I'm at.
Yeah.
I think
I
that's
think-
kind of my range.
I think if I did 10 more teams with that, I would do 4, 4, and 2 is how I'd do it. You know,
Two Lloyd.
yeah, 2 Lloyd.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So on to the Vikings. We got.
So-
Go ahead. Yeah.
The biggest thing is, and this, I swear, I do not think the depth chart is right because I think Carson Wentz is ahead of JJ McCarthy. I'm sorry. I don't think Justin Jefferson
This
is
is
going to allow
also. Yeah.
JJ McCarthy to see the field ever again.
So, I have a hypothetical for you before we get started into the serious talk.
Okay.
Who says no? JJ McCarthy for A-Rich. Swap.
I mean,
Who
I
says,
think
who says
I think the Vikings just don't care. I think the Colts would say yes because I think A-Rich has more like, has been more frustrating with coaches by like at least JJ McCarthy shows up in practice.
he's amped, man. He is amped.
But he's something. So I think the Vikings wouldn't care, and the Colts would actually say yes because they would just look for another young quarterback. But
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who says? Well, like I don't know. Like, however it is, I think that's a trade that just like a meaningless trade that just like it could just be a situation thing. Like JJ McCarthy may need just a new situation.
oh, for sure,
Like he has every bridge cooked there.
yeah.
And so does Anthony Richardson. So honestly, like they just need to do this. They were both top 5 picks. And I just like you do that, and like I think that it's fine. Like both of these guys throw the ball as hard as they can at every point. Like no matter where the receiver's standing,
Doesn't matter
they
how
put-
wide open that receiver is. They just-
it doesn't matter the distance they are from you. It doesn't matter how how open they are. It doesn't matter the time of game. They just they put their entire body into it every time. Like,
both of them are Uncle Rico from Napoleon Dynamite.
yeah,
I mean,
exactly. Yeah, like absolutely. It is a blessing to watch if you're not a fan of those teams.
yeah.
All right. On to but I agree. I think that Carson Wentz is definitely ahead of JJ McCarthy.
So
Let's go to the real battle. Aaron Jones.
did who freeze again? I don't know if you can hear me, but you're starting to say Aaron Jones or Jordan Mason. I do think the lean, particularly in underdog, should be Mason from a touchdown perspective. I do think Jones will have a pretty decent passing role. And of course, just has, spike week ability. He's always had that in his career. That was his calling card in Green Bay. But I'm Mason over Aaron Jones for sure.
Yeah, I am too. Like I am definitely there. But I do think that both of these are draftable players.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
I think they're both gonna get usable weeks. But yeah, go ahead. Apparently my internet's been being weird.
Well, and the other thing with this is I do really think it's these two guys. I don't think Claiborne, barring an injury, and honestly, if Mason gets injured, I don't know if Claiborne sees the field. You know what I mean? Like it's only like an Aaron Jones contingent play for Claiborne, where some of these other backfields, like that third back, whether they're fantasy relevant or not, I think that third back gets utilized a bit more. So I think it's just these two guys. That's why I think they're both, usable draft picks at their relative ADPs. And, but I do think this team's going to throw the ball a lot. I think they want to throw the ball a lot. That's why they're not investing in the running back. Their offensive line last year was very banged up, but there's a lot of potential with this group. Darisaw and Brian O'Neill are very good. Donovan Jackson was a rookie last year, has a lot of potential, and then Will Fries, came over last year, was a little banged up, but I think can be a good player. So I know a lot of people are out on Kyler. I actually think Kyler can cook with Kevin O'Connell with these weapons. And my stand. I think Justin Jefferson could just really get back to what we know for Justin Jefferson.
I don't disagree. I want to be at weight on Justin Jefferson. I don't want to be overweight. I prefer the CeeDee Lamb pick because I prefer the Giants-Cowboys game in Week 17. So, like, if it's a season-long, like, head-to-head thing, I think taking Jefferson kind of I actually have Jefferson ahead. If it's a home league, I do have Jefferson ahead because I think that doesn't matter. Like, the part that I care about in best ball doesn't matter in redraft. And I think Jefferson's kind of clearly the right pick there. And I think that Lamb in best ball I like more just because of the Week 17 matchup. But I'm with you. I'm not as in on Kyler being as good, but he's definitely an upgrade.
Yeah.
And it's hard to say that this offense isn't going to be better this year. I just think this division is pretty strong. I don't know how many wins we're going to get, but that could just be better for Jefferson and Addison.
Yeah, and to the point is, I think it's a strong division, but it's kind of weak defenses. Bears,
Yeah.
I don't think are world beaters. Lions definitely aren't. Packers, particularly early in the year with no Michael Parsons. So we could get some, and we've historically seen some shootouts from this division. So I think there's a lot of fun offensive minds in this division, and I think it could be really good.
And the Vikings get the Jets, who are going to be a horrific defense in Week 17 as well.
Well, I was just going to make that point. Like, I know people like Meg talks like there's going to be no pushback, but it's like, to your point, Jets might have maybe the worst secondary. One of the worst secondaries in the league. I know
we've already
added some.
We've already pinpointed that's the Commanders. But
yeah. That's
fair. But like the second worst, we could go there.
Well, and who do they play Week 16? I mean, or is it Week 15? Anyways, I just could see Justin Jefferson getting back to some of those just monster weeks that we've had in years past, because he actually is a quarterback that will put the ball near him.
Yeah. One thing I do want to talk about is TJ Hawkinson here. As we've talked about before, like, I view tight ends as like who can get 5 to 10 touchdowns. I don't think Hawkinson's one of those guys because Kyler. Like, I think that Hawkinson could get 600 yards in 3. Yeah, I think that's, and at his price, that's fine. But I also think that that's a very, like, a guy that it's an easy fade because it will never kill you. To me.
Yeah. I mean, I feel some of that is overblown with the Trey McBride stuff, just because I think a lot of it was just the offensive system and Kyler just did not fit. I think Kevin O'Connell will find a way. I guess I just trust Kevin O'Connell, and Kyler has everything to play for. Like, he's making nothing this year. If he has a big year, he's signing Daniel Jones money. Like, he's signing this big $40 million deal per year.
I do agree that O'Connell will put him in a better situation, but Trey McBride didn't have Jefferson like in the red zone to fight for. And let's be honest, Juwan Jennings is a red zone monster, and he plays the outside. So all of Hawkinson's stuff is going to be like, if it's in the red zone, I really do think that the height of Kyler is a deficiency. And those two guys on the outside are tall, like Juwan for sure. Like, he's a massive target in the red zone, and Kyler's not going to have a problem seeing him. And I think that specifically hurts Hawkinson if Jennings does win that job, which there's been some weird talks that like it's not going well. I don't know if I buy it, but I like I don't know. I don't know that I buy that, but like if Jawan Jennings isn't on the field, I think Hawkinson is a much better pick. I've been playing it that he's going to be on the field quite a bit, actually. I think that if they want to split Hawkinson out, it'll be fine. I think if they're trying to run Hawkinson in the middle of the field in the red zone, like whoever's running in the middle of the field in the red zone, I think is not going to do well in this offense. That's my take.
Yeah, I guess I just still wonder, the year that Kyler got hurt, Zach Ertz was actually kind of cooking with him. And, then the next, that was the last Kingsbury year. And then, of course, Drew Petzing and everything took over. So we'll see. I guess I just still think Hawkinson doesn't have tight end competition. He's going to be out there. Do I think he gets 10 touchdowns? No, but 5, 6, I think that's how he can pay off his ADP because his ADP is just not that high. I agree it's not going to necessarily kill you, but I actually think he can return a little value.
All right. Well, my virus scan just randomly started.
Yeah.
After I literally every time I start to stream, I turn off the real-time protection for 2 hours, for 3 hours or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And then I turn it back on as soon as it's over just because it lags sometimes. It just randomly decided that it didn't want to do that today, I guess. All right. On to the AFC South. We will go to the Texans. I mean, everything just changed, right?
Yeah.
Everything changed. We got Kayshon Boutte traded. It's not going to be on either one of these, I don't think. Yeah, it is here. But so by the chart here, we have Xavier Hutchinson starting at outside. Jalen, this does not look even close to the way I think it's going to go. We got Nico at left, Hutchinson at right, Kayshon Boutte as the 2 behind Nico, Jalen Noel as the right. Jalen Noel is like the clear slot receiver here. Tank Dell, I went over this months ago because people are like, Tank Dell's going to cook in the slot. It's like, Tank Dell's never been a slot guy. Just because he's short or just because he's thin doesn't make him a slot guy. He's always been an outside receiver, even in college. And they're like, oh, that's not right. Well, I went and I looked at that. It's like 82% of his NFL snaps have been outside. Something like that. There's like 78 to 82%. He's always been an outside guy. This is not correct. This is not the way it's going to happen for sure.
It's also, I don't know if he's going to play.
Yeah, he's not healthy. I've got some, and I don't know how it feels. The Jaden Higgins stuff really hurts everything here a lot. I think it's really, really good. The Kayshon Boutte trade is maybe the most bullish thing I've seen all season for any player, and that is for Nico Collins. You give him a true sacrificial X to where he doesn't have to run those routes anymore. That is insanely good for Nico.
Yeah, well, no, I think I think Higgins would have been good also, but yeah, I agree. I think
Higgins had the opportunity to be good enough to actually take a couple targets away. I don't think Boutte has that in him. I think that there will definitely be targets to Boutte, but I think Jaden Higgins was a solid enough prospect that because in this, just like Nico, he took that massive year 2 leap into a massive year 3 leap, right? That's kind of the projection for Jaden Higgins. And I think later in the year, Higgins could have been more like a 60-40 guy with Nico. And I don't see any in the best outcomes, right, for Jaden Higgins. I don't think there's any world in which Booty's doing that, So like, but I do think that the way that Booty plays is very good for Nico's game.
No, I can agree with that. And I agree. I think they are going to, Booty is going to be outside receiver. And this is the thing, week one, maybe it is still Hutchinson just because he knows the offense, he knows CJ Stroud, all that kind of stuff. It can take a couple weeks for a guy to, get situated. But come week 4, come week 10, when we're out there looking at week 17, Kayshon Boutte is going to be the number 2 outside receiver on this team. And I think Noel is going to be the slot guy. Tank Dell, I don't know if he plays at all or maybe at the very end of the year, but I think Boutte is going to be ahead of him. And I think it's good for Nico. I think it's good for Kayshon Boutte because I think he can be a big play guy. This is one thing to your Tank Dell point. What we saw from Tank Dell as a rookie would be these big chunk plays, and that can be Kayshon Boutte in this offense.
Yep. We know CJ Stroud works with that.
Yeah, right? And Stroud had that a little last year, and it would be Jalen Noel usually. Christian Kirk one week had it, but it would, like Stroud has been kind of missing that, and I think Boutte is a good complement for Nico because he's a deep ball. I wouldn't even just call him a sacrificial X. He's just a vertical X, and that should open up things for Nico. And when it's open downfield, it doesn't. Nico isn't the only deep threat because while Nico has some deep ball threat in his game, that's not his calling card. He's much more going to dominate the intermediate and the red zone. I think this allows him to do that a little bit more. So I actually think this is positive for Stroud. I think it's positive for Nico. I think it's positive for Kayshon Boutte. I think it's going to be those guys because Noel's also banged up. Hutchinson just, is like a lot of teams would love Xavier Hutchinson as the number 5 or number 6 receiver. It's just unfortunately on the Texans, he's like the 3 or the 4 right now. I still think Dalton Schultz is looking at 100 plus targets.
Yeah. So let's go through the running backs. By the way, I might have to leave in an hour.
Okay.
I might have a draft, so we might have to the next ones go
Sure.
over just a little quicker. I thought it was 7 p.m., but I got a redraft league. It's with the Dynasty Buddy. It's a 14-man super flex that's got I think it's got 12 starting spots.
That's pretty wild.
Yeah. But yeah, to running back real quick, David Montgomery, Woody Marks. I personally believe Woody Marks is going to for sure have a role, but it is David Montgomery's backfield.
Yeah. I think it's 60-40 and people are overhyping that 50-50 comment. That was just a throwaway comment in my books.
I mean, they're not going to say we hate this guy. We're not going to use him, all right. So Indianapolis Colts, go ahead. This is very interesting.
Yeah. I mean, the easy part, even though he got banged up, Tyler Warren is locked in tight end. Jonathan Taylor is locked in at running back. If Seth McGowan's the number 2, he's the number 2. I don't think it matters. It's the receiver room that we care about because it does seem like Daniel Jones is back and ready. Alec Pierce is maybe healthier than Josh Downs. I mean, that seems to go back and forth every single day. Who's healthier between those two? Keenan Allen is probably the best.
So when they were walking together, everybody was pointing out Alec Pierce. I'm like, I expected him to be walking gimpy, but Downs was walking gimpy too, and nobody said a word about that. This Josh Downs buzz is driving me nuts, and I love Josh Downs for the last 2 years, and I'm starting to get annoyed with him because people won't shut up about him.
Yeah,
and he did that was not I will agree that the Pierce stuff didn't look good, but the Downs stuff, Downs didn't look healthy at all either.
Mm-hmm.
In that
way. I agree, and I think there was a comment today that he, they don't know timeline on him and all this stuff, and it's not getting talked about, and it's not affecting ADP the same way the Pierce stuff is.
I mean, Keenan Allen is like maybe the best pick on the board right now at 150.
Yeah, I agree.
Like I'm taking him in that survivor over on drafters. I moved him to like 140. I just take him like as soon as Shaheed's off the board. Like maybe even before Shaheed, depending on what I need.
Yeah.
I'll just take him. Yeah, Tyler Warren wheels up for sure.
Argue that.
Seth McGowan gets the nod for RB2. Like for sure. I liked McGowan as a prospect. I thought it was kind of over when he fumbled, but apparently Giddens is really bad.
Yeah, I don't think they have any other depth, so it's like right now he's going to be the number 2.
Some people are saying that video was AI. I mean, I don't know. Like, was it them? Like, did they say that? I don't know. Everybody's going to say stuff's AI. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't, but it looked pretty real to me. All right. This offensive line is elite. The one thing about the Colts that I think you will agree on is I really like their offense if healthy. I think that they're a very, very volatile offense to like before the Keenan signing, they were very incredibly volatile to where if any of those 4 pieces got hurt, they were completely cooked, in my opinion. I think they're a little more proof of that. Like they can get around that a little better now, but I still think there's definitely some implosion risk like with one injury, right? Like if all 3 receivers are healthy, but Tyler Warren's hurt, I think it's really bad. If just Jonathan Taylor gets hurt, like this whole off, like I don't think the McAllen thing matters a lot because like
exactly
if Taylor's gone, like this offense is done.
Yeah, I think Taylor is the piece that because honestly, even when Daniel Jones went down last year and it was Riley Leonard or Phillip Rivers, out of retirement, Jonathan Taylor was still producing usable weeks. It was like 80 and a touchdown and maybe a catch or 2 instead of like 140 and 2 touchdowns.
How many points would he have scored without Adonai Mitchell on the team?
Oh, don't get me started.
I had Adonai all over in DFS that day too.
Well, I had Jonathan Taylor in the first quarterfinals and lost a 50-yard touchdown run.
Yeah. Well, I had him in the first. I had Mitchell in the first quarterfinals, and he just threw away a touchdown. Like it wasn't even on a penalty. He just threw it away. He just I don't need this. Apparently, you don't either.
So I do think Taylor, and that's why I don't really care about Seth McGowan. The other guys, I think they'll muddle through. I don't like Ashton Doolin or Nick Westbrook-Akine or any of these guys, but as long as it's just one of those guys missing, this is where Keenan Allen adds a level of security to this offense. Because with no Keenan Allen, then it'd be real trouble.
I think if just one of Pierce or Downs is gone, I think the offense can still function. Yeah. I think if both of them are down, like Keenan Allen is going to be an awesome pick, but I don't think the offense will function that well. I think if one of those 2 bottom guys, Tyler Warren or Jonathan Taylor, especially Taylor, is gone, that they're in really bad shape.
Yeah.
All right, Jacksonville Jaguars. Go ahead. This is a talk.
We know 2 things. Trevor Lawrence is a quarterback. Brenton Strange is a tight end. Beyond that, your guys is as good as mine for the rest of this skill, guys.
They drafted 2 tight ends that they have as a 2nd and 3rd this year. Like a guy in the 2nd and a guy in the 4th, I think.
5th.
But yeah.
But the thing is, the guy in the 2nd, John Bates might have more catches than this guy, and that says something.
So Pregnon got hurt earlier in the offseason. Is he fine?
I think he's fine. I'm pretty sure.
Okay. Because it doesn't show that he's hurt. So because that's actually a big deal here.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'll go. Parker Washington's team, wild. I'm not saying it's not undeserved, but if you're going to have to make me take him over DJ Moore, I'm out. If you're gonna make me take him over even Mike Evans, I'm out. Like,
Yeah.
I get it. I understand it. He was really good last year, but this is also a crowded room.
Yeah.
Like the quotes keep coming out. Like, it does seem really good for Park Washington. But it also sounds like Brian Thomas is the receiver and Travis Hunter is just a clear backup to him based on what we're hearing now. And Jacoby Myers hurt himself. So, like, my problem with this offense is that I went over this in in our picks yesterday with Nice and Blunt and see if you agree. Trevor Lawrence cannot throw the ball outside the numbers. He's never been able to do it. And they found something that worked last year, which was don't throw it outside the numbers with Trevor Lawrence. Throw it in the middle. Well, guess what? Every defensive coordinator in the league has seen that now. For a full year, they know this. Like, how many times do you see a young player, and I know Lawrence isn't young, but like the Liam Cohen offense is young. So we've seen this with Mike McDaniel. Like, after the first year and a half of them completely cooking, they figured out what they were doing, and the defense coordinators adjusted, and the offense was still good, but not incredibly good. And I think some of that comes to play this year on the Jaguars, mostly because of how limited Trevor Lawrence is, kind of like how limited – like, Lawrence is still miles ahead of Tua, but, like, they're both limited quarterbacks at some point.
Yeah, I guess I think I agree Lawrence has struggled outside the numbers. I also think up until last year, he's had some of the worst offensive minds in his coaching room. And the last thing I'll point to is I think also most of his weapons have been at their best inside the numbers, not just what we saw last year with like Parker Washington and Jacoby Myers, but even back to like Evan Ingram, Christian Kirk, guys like that who were very, very good inside the numbers.
Well, I'll push back on that because he just completely missed Calvin Ridley over and over again.
Yeah. I mean, that was, somewhat, I think also Ridley coming off the suspension year. There's some push-pull there. But what I will say is I am a believer in Liam Cohen, and I get your point on the Dolphins. I think the two keys there is Tua just became scared, and then also the offensive line there imploded. The offensive line here, I think, is much better. And so I'm just more hopeful with Trevor Lawrence and Liam Cohen.
I completely agree with all that. I'm just saying I don't think it's as big of a lock as everybody thinks. I think there is some risk, and everybody's acting like there's no risk to this offense.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think that's fair. I think the biggest thing is, are these receivers, what do we, we've seen a flash of Parker Washington being dominant. Can he do it again? We've seen a flash 2 years ago, Brian Thomas being dominant. Can he get that back? Or do they revert to, the other side? And I think that becomes more the question.
Yeah, and I think that Trevor Lawrence, like the Brenton Strange stuff, like I love the Brenton Strange price, but like Brenton Strange did become a slightly worse pick when Parker Washington started cooking as well, like in DFS and stuff. But I do think that like Liam will figure that stuff out. And the Travis Hunter thing, like I'm in on the upside stuff. He's still just one injury away from like really being good. But like them just not at like literally like look at the free agency and the draft picks they had last year on defense. Oh, wait. They're all nobodies.
Yeah. Well,
that's not good when you couldn't defend anything. Like maybe they never defended outside the number. Like maybe Trevor Lawrence can't throw outside the numbers because he could in practice because they don't have anybody to cover. Like, because that's how you beat the Jaguars last year was outside the numbers. So, like on both sides, like you forced them to throw outside the numbers, and then you threw outside the numbers against them. Like that was always the path. But I don't know. Like, and I think this is going to be a 60-40 split too. But I think it's going to start as a 60-40 split. I think C-Rod will get a lot of the 20 to 20 carries. I think Tootin's going to get more of the high value tech carries. But I also think that if Tootin doesn't perform early, that we're going to see a gross split.
Yeah. I mean, my thought is still the same. I just think this is a situation where the running back should be drafted much more in line with like the Denver running backs. Obviously, that's a 3-man group, but they should. You just shouldn't have Tootin going in the top 50. Even the top 60, I think, is tough. And I think Chris Rodriguez is the thing, especially on underdog. Like, he's going to have no passing work. He'll be like in the Derrick Henry level of receptions.
13 career receptions or whatever in 4 years.
So
it is who he is.
But also, like, maybe Tootin becomes that, but that's not who he was in college. I mean, he every now and then would catch a screen and break it, but he was not like a great route runner. And he also had a ton of drops in college. So just something to keep in mind. That's why LaQuint Allen is going to be a thing. He's, as long as LaQuint Allen's healthy, he's going to see the field way more than people want him to.
Yeah. I mean, even if he's, number one, Burden only had 2 good weeks last year, so nobody's going to advance him in round 5 this year if that's the case, versus round 10 last year for Burden. But I think in full PPR Parker Washington, I think he could get 90 catches and 900 yards, but I also, and 8 touchdowns, which would be awesome. That'd be really good. But I also, my biggest pushback on Parker, going back to that, I don't see him doing the 1,210, the completely destroy you. Maybe he has one single week that destroys you in the playoff stuff. I'm willing to take a gamble that doesn't happen, that his spike weeks just aren't big enough to he doesn't have a Kyle Pitts spike week. He has the Luther Burden spike week was beatable.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of where we're at. If you look at last year, even when he was cooking, he had a 122-point game or something. I think that's something you can overcome in the 5th round.
Exactly. And I think that was your point earlier. Yeah. Is you're going to be taking the Mike Evans, the DJ Moore's, those types of guys, Terry McLaurin's, Rome Odunze, even more directly versus Parker Washington. It's
Travion. Maybe.
Yeah, Christian Watson is another one.
Yeah.
It just
even if those guys score 4 less points, you just make it up somewhere else. I don't think that he has that offense is so spread out that I don't know. I'm fine with it. Maybe I'm stupid, but I'm definitely stupid at some things, but I don't know. Maybe that one's one of them. Maybe it's not. And to the running backs, LaQuint's just going to be annoying. That's the end of the end of the discussion. Is LaQuint's annoying.
Well, I think to me, even if Tootin is the lead back, it's just LaQuint is going to be on the field enough that it's going to make it really tough to pay off that 50 ADP, top 50 ADP is where I'm at, because these other running backs that do have timeshares, Ramondre, Travion, Swift, Monangai, Kyron and Corum, there's not a third back taking 20% of the snaps.
Yeah. All right. So to couple into the Trevor Lawrence talk, not be able to hit people outside, we got Calvin Ridley on the Tennessee Titans.
And he's got a quarterback that can definitely hit guys.
Yeah. He can't hit him on the outside, and maybe also on the inside. We don't know. It doesn't look good right now, but I'm it definitely doesn't look good right now. But so talking about the Cardinal Tate stuff, I am still in. Believe it or not, I'm still in. I don't think it's smart what Robert Saleh said, if that's what they're actually doing, where they said when it like we're just running basic plays when it's time to scheme people the ball. We'll scheme people the ball. Like you're just running like nothing plays. Like you're not even. He's literally saying we're not even trying in preseason.
Yeah,
at all. Like, and maybe that's why their defense looks so bad. Maybe they just went out there and like, hey, do stuff. I like I don't know. Like what? Like, do I believe that's what happened? No, but like that quote has me more scared than the way that Cam Ward looked.
So, I mean, I think what to defend Robert Saleh, I think a lot of teams are not really scheming up stuff in the preseason, right? And that's why, like, when Underdog talked about like the number of receiving yards of different rookies, it's like I don't care. I could care less about Carnell Tate's receiving yards because he is the number one. Like he will get more targets than Deshaun Sterling unless every other 49ers receiver gets hurt. Carnell Tate is getting vastly more targets. Are they going to be as good targets? That's the question. But he can get 140 targets. And I'm actually still with you on Tate. Like, would I move him down a few spots? And I did. Yes. But
I think you just clearly take the quarterbacks ahead of them now. Like the elites. And like, I think you can
Tyler Warren ahead of him. And
well, like Ramondre and if BTJ if you want. Like I think Marv. I did move Marv well ahead of him. I moved him down like 7 or 8 spots, but like I think the community's moved down like 15.
Well, and my other point, 2 points that I just want to make real quick on this. Last year, a receiver who was taken early in the draft, Tedro McMillan, was paired with a terrible, a poor former first overall pick, Bryce Young. He still had a really good year, and we were taking him in the 40s. Yeah. So you're meaning to tell me that this guy can't be taken 20 spots later, and he's got the same outlook, right? And also, Brian Dable, 2 years ago, he had a rookie receiver, and he schemed the hell out of that guy open in Malik Neighbors, and Daniel Jones was only his quarterback for half the year. The other half was Drew Lock and Tommy DeVito. Yep. I'm not the biggest Cam Ward fan, but give me him over Drew Lock and Tommy DeVito.
Yeah, like Cam Ward just has to not be like JJ McCarthy level. Yeah, basically. Like, is that in the realm? Maybe. Like, but like the backups don't make you feel any better though.
Yeah.
So with that being said, like the offensive line looked pretty solid in the preseason games, and Spears and Pollard both looked pretty sharp. The question is like if that defense is as bad as it looked, they might not be running the ball much, and Cam Ward may just be throwing like the ball like Deshaun Watson. Like I'm still in. Like I think it could be rough, but this team's going to lose a lot of games.
Yeah,
this team's going to be behind. They're going to be throwing the ball a lot.
Yeah. So just one quick point on the tight end. I was very bullish on Gunnar Helm to start. I'm much less bullish because it does sound like Daniel Bellinger. It's kind of a 50-50 role.
I still only click Helm, but like I don't do it very early. He was a guy in pre-draft. I was sad that I didn't get as much as I wanted. I'm kind of glad that people were listening. Like, it's like, thanks. I was the fish. You're welcome. Yeah. Like I. And like, especially if Cam Ward's going to have accuracy issues, I think the tight end thing isn't great. And one more thing on Daboll, like Daboll helped Josh Allen fix his accuracy stuff. But that was in year 2, and this is year 1 with him, with Cam Ward. Maybe the complete style change and Daboll trying to help him has him in his head with like all of his footwork and stuff, and maybe it gets ironed out a lot quicker. Because like maybe he's trying to unlearn everything he learned last year. Maybe
that's probably part of it.
Yeah, and like like maybe we get a back half of the season, Cam Ward finally like figures that stuff out. And they know that that's going to be part of it because he had a lot of bad tendencies before, and he's trying to work all that stuff out.
Mhm.
So that's like the possible bull case there is that maybe that's going on.
Yeah.
It could just be that he sucks. Like that's very possible too. All right, we got the depth chart for the Atlanta Falcons. Go ahead.
So the easy thing is you need to take B. Robinson at running back. But no, I actually think Bijan maybe is, can he pay off the top 3 price? I think still possible. I think Brian Robinson, I don't know why he falls some as he does, because he is just clearly the number 2 back. I don't think Tyler Goodson, Nathan Carter, any of these guys are doing anything. The receiver room, it's Drake London, and I think it's Jahan Dotson. I don't know why Zachariah Branch gets taken so much higher than Jahan Dotson, because he's not even ahead of Zacchaeus and probably will be at the end of the year. But that's a slot-only role in an offense that doesn't feature a ton of slot receiver.
So I will say something on that. The fact that I think Branch was specifically getting drafted because everybody slotted Tua in. Every draft I've done since yesterday, Zachariah Branch falls to like 220 instead of going in the 190s. So I think that the whole Tua perfect fit with Zachariah Branch thing was like a real thing. And the second Penix, it looks like he's going to be the starter. Like, I don't know if they've officially named it yet. I don't think they have, but it's like, like as long as he's healthy, he's going to be the starter. It's the way it looks. I do think that everybody is like less bullish on Branch specifically because Michael Penix's game is more throwing the ball like deep, and like he can do everything, but he's good at those like deep ball intermediate routes and stuff. That's what he's better at, So I do think that like Branch has been falling.
Yeah. And well, I think the other thing is the preseason has become very telling with that, like they rested their starters, including Jahan Dotson and Zacchaeus this past game. Like Branch was out there.
I understand that. I also think that like some coaches, and I don't know the history of Stefanski, you can probably look it up, but some coaches just want the rookies out there no matter what, just for feel, like in preseason.
Oh, I mean, I agree there's some of that, but I think the other thing is Branch is like he was one of the smallest receivers in this draft class. He is, very much a slot manufactured touch guy. I know there's some camp clips of him getting vertical and stuff like that, but that's just not going to be his game. And I just think people should start to realize like his role is in the slot, and Zacchaeus is going to hold him off for at least a chunk of the year.
I got a question for you. Who was it that was holding off Luther Burden all year last year?
Exactly. Yeah. I mean,
Olamide Zacchaeus, right?
Yeah. And like this is 3 straight years. I even go back 2 years ago with Washington when Luke McCaffrey was the 3rd round pick and everyone said, oh, they needed another guy opposite Terry. And people were drafting Luke McCaffrey in the 17th round, 16th round. And Zacchaeus just, held the job.
Yeah. And their offensive line is fine. Maybe. Their defense took some hits, so they're going to be behind. They're going to be throwing the ball a bunch. Kyle Pitts, Kevin Stefanski offense usually has good tight end stuff, but we'll see how that works out. And I'm with you. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think Penix is great for Kyle Pitts. One worry I had about Pitts was Tua.
I will say the reason I've stopped taking as much B-Rob, because I was very bullish on B-Rob. It's honestly the week 11 bye. Like when I'm that late and I'm looking at things, like I don't always care, but like I'm in like 3 week 11 bye teams.
Yeah.
Sometimes. And like I do think that I just think of all the running backs that go in week 11. Both of all the Packers, the
Rams.
The Rams and
Patriots
and those
and Browns.
And all of those have 2 guys drafted before Brian Robinson. And so if that's 8 running backs, it's reasonably likely that a team has 2 guys from that. And if you're only drafting 6 or even 5, especially 5, you can't take that third. Not if you're taking 5, I think that's one of the reasons that he's fallen.
I think that's a fair point.
I don't think it's a hatred on him, but I also think that people have been clicking them all year, and these other guys are fun. Is all. All right, so we got Xavier Legette starting again.
Sure.
We got we got Jalen Coker in the slot. We got Tedero McMillan, an absolute animal. I think this is pretty much does David Moore end up being the starter? Does Bryce Germain I've taken some Xavier Legette and it feels so bad. I was really hoping this was the team that traded for Kayshon Boutte, but that was before the Higgins injury. So
yeah. I mean, I think Legette is just out there. He'll get some, work, but yeah, I mean, I would not be surprised if it ends up being him and David Moore kind of splitting this role, or Trey Main, or I mean, even while Coker's a slot guy, they could move, just say Jimmy Horn in the slot and Coker some outside. I don't think Legette is going to be a thing. Before we get into the other positions, what I think are interesting, this is a team kind of similar to my Washington Commanders. The offensive line scares the hell out of me.
Yeah,
both tackles are banged up. I think Monroe Freeling will take one of those roles, of course, but it just doesn't feel great. They also lost Cade Mays in free agency, so they have a new replacement there. I just have some real concerns about this offensive line.
I do as well. Canales is one of those close your eyes and assume that the run game's going to work.
Yeah,
is all kind of how we all failed when we did that last year with the Vikings.
Yep.
It's the same feel. It's it's probably I just assume it's going to work. Let's just keep doing it and act like it's going to work. It's worked every other year. This could just be that year, and it might just implode this year.
Yeah.
Tight end, gross.
Yeah, I know there was that latest report that Darren Waller might not make the team. I still think there's enough opportunity here, but yeah, I don't really want anyone. I'm taking a little Waller. But that's
in 20 round formats. I'll click Waller, and I don't think Trimble or JT Sanders offer you want some upside at tight end.
Yeah,
and Trimble might get you 9 points twice. Waller might get you 16 once, and I would rather have the 16 once.
Yeah.
I mean, he might also give you 0 17 times.
Very possible.
But I'll take that. Running back here. I'm pretty in on Brooks. I don't love the new price. I still prefer once he passed Rico Dowdle and Pollard, because of the offensive line issues, I was kind of out.
Yeah.
I still take him here and there, but because he is a real I liked him as a prospect. So
yeah,
I still will take him here and there. But Warren, Dowdle, and Pollard, I still like those guys a little more.
Yeah, I think the tough thing for me is this is just not a fun offense. They aren't projected to score a lot of points, aren't projected to get a lot of yards. I know they have run well the last couple of years under Dave Canales, Cuba 2 years ago, Rico last year. I just can't really get too excited about these running backs at their prices when I think the offense as a whole is bottom 5, bottom 10 in scoring and yardage.
Yeah, it's definitely an implosion risk kind of offense there. But no, I'm with you there. And Jonathan Brooks, one of my top owned guys. But I've got all of it at 115 or at 105 and under, basically. All right, on to the Saints. Jordan Tyson out for a while. That hurts a lot, but it gives my boy Bryce Lance a chance. Devon Vele, Bayou Bengals boy, cooking now. But Chris Olave just to the moon. Juwan Johnson to the moon. Travis to the moon. This is going to be a high pace of play offense. That's what they're going to do. That's what they've done in the past. You're going to want pieces of this. I think this offense still cooks. I think that Kellen Moore is going to work no matter what. Devon Vele, I think that the Jordan Tyson thing is kind of really, really good for Olave because I think Barry and Brown or Bryce Lance will play outside and Vele will play the other out. I know it's listed Vele as a slot here. I think they're going to move Olave to the slot and have Vele play outside quite a bit.
I mean, I think
it'll mix
some of it. Yeah, my guess is until Tyson's back, Vele probably gets the most snaps. But it'll probably mix in those other rookies, because they obviously have Tyson as well. And I think this is a team that's probably very live to sign a veteran off the waiver wire to add in. But it's the way I look at it is Chris Olave and Juwan Johnson and Travis Etienne, because also the Kamara and even Oscar Delp is banged up. So it's it's going to be a very condensed offense, especially early in the year.
Well, on top of that, this offensive line is really good.
And I was just gonna make that point. There's so many offensive lines we're worried about one or two pieces. Across the board, this O-line looks really, really good.
What are the things you want in fantasy? You want condensed offenses, you want solid offensive line, you want high pace of play. What does this offense have? All three of those things. Yeah. We got Travis, we got a lot. They even have an elite. They have an elite here. Mm-hmm. They have a serviceable number 2. They have upside plays. They even have late season upside play here. And Kamara, when he comes back, is going to be serviceable.
Yep.
So they just got pieces everywhere. Kamara missing 4 games. I'll take him a 180 here and there. Whatever. It's not a big deal to me. Cooked me last year, but cooked me again. It's fine. It's fun. But yeah, I think this is an offense. I'm just in. Travis still being in the early 4th round, not moving up to the 3rd yet. I kind of just want him ahead of Javonte, ahead of Kyron.
I mean, my argument against Breece Hall, and
Breece. I'm fine with him.
Travis Etienne over him.
Yeah.
Pretty easy.
Yeah. Anything else you want to touch on here?
No, I think I probably don't have enough Shoup, but I think Shoup is still pretty good price for the upside here.
He keeps falling too. I think his ADP is 128 now. I've been seeing him go after Daniel Jones now that Daniel Jones is fully healthy.
Mm-hmm.
And nothing different there. We'll just do the Tampa Bay Buccaneers here. So for the most part, both sides have been dead even. So we're just going to use our lads from now on.
Okay.
So the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, we differ on this team a lot. So they have Jalen McMillan as the guy with Ted Hurst behind him. That's an interesting thing. And then we got Ibuka, maybe Turf Toe, Johnson behind him. Chris Godwin in the slot, our king. So my thing, and then we got Bucky Irving and Kenny Gainwell and Sean Tucker, who supposedly might not make the team, and Josh Williams might. I don't really buy that, but it is a thing that's been out there. Then you got Cade Otton, who's the most average tight end in the league. He's really good at blocking. He's solid enough to definitely stay on the field. The offensive line's solid here as well. My take on this team is that they're going to spread the ball out quite a bit, and we're going to have 4 people to touch the ball a reasonable amount. I don't think this Ibuka target share of 28% is something that's anything that's ever going to happen. And I think that's what people have been betting on. I think that was even before the Turf Toe. I think that was kind of like head in the clouds kind of thinking with. I think if that was the plan, they don't draft Ted Hurst. I think, and like Kenny Gainwell is going to get some receiving, and so is Bucky Irving. Like, I think that we're going to see Igbuka is still probably 24, 25, but I don't think he's going to get closer to 30 like I think some people were hoping.
No, I agree. I think people just assumed Mbuka was what we saw early in the year was going to be Mbuka for the entire year. And like, yes, there's no Mike Evans, but now you have Godwin back, McMillan back because he missed most of the year last year. And they did draft Ted Hurst. Even Tez Johnson showed, for as small as he is, he can play a bit. So
Yep.
I think they are going to spread it around. I think Mbuka's price has always been, I've said this before, like Garrett Wilson go, and it's like the guys the next round, the Terry McLaurin, DJ Moore, give me all those guys because they're all much more likely to be clear number ones.
I mean, even like I get it whenever you get to like the JMO level.
Yeah.
But like, or like even Luther Burden versus Rome, like I could get just like maybe mixing, like having him there, but I like Teteroa McMillan, like clearly give me Teteroa over him.
Yeah. Yeah. McMillan is locked in number one with the red zone upside.
Yeah. And like, we don't know who the red zone upside is here. Like we honestly just don't know. Like it's probably like, it's likely to be Igbuka.
Godwin's always,
He's been good.
Godwin's always been one of those there's plenty of slot receivers who are just terrible in the red zone. But then you have those guys. Now Keenan Allen's bigger, but like Keenan Allen, Amon-Ra, and
Amon-Ra's had 10 plus touchdowns every year for the last 3 years.
He's so good.
His line's 9.5 again this year. 7-10.
I'd take the over.
Yeah. All right, but yeah, I think we kind of see this together. Pretty much the same. I like Jalen McMillan as a pick. Especially since Igbuka is already kind of hurt. Like, I think that there's definitely a world where Igbuka misses a little bit of time and you get a game or two out of McMillan and you also get some games, even if Ted Hurst is the better play down the stretch. And then let's look at running back. Bucky versus Gainwell. What do you got here?
I mean, my concern now, if Sean Tucker doesn't make the team, that's a huge boon for Bucky.
Yeah, I'm gonna regret a lot of my drafting season if Sean Tucker doesn't make the team.
But if he does, Bucky had no work inside the 5 last year, and I would imagine that would continue if Sean Tucker's there and Kenny Gainwell's there. And Kenny Gainwell, for being a smaller back, has actually shown himself to be pretty decent inside the 5, inside the 10. So I just worry about Bucky. Like, I think Bucky is going to get a lot of like 10-point fantasy games, 10, 12-point fantasy games. But if he doesn't have the touchdown role, I just don't know if he's going to get those 20-point games,
He's going to look really good doing it though.
Yeah.
It's good.
I like Bucky. I just wish his price was more like Tony Pollard-esque,
Right. Do I think he should be ahead of Gainwell? Yes. Do I think he should be ahead of Ramondre? I guess they're kind of close now. I actually don't hate the Bucky price now. Like, I think between him, Jadarian Price, and Ramondre, I do like him the most. But at no point have I ever thought he should be ahead of like Judkins.
Yeah.
So that's just kind of been my disconnect with it. So anything else you want to discuss with this team?
No, I mean, I'll say, like, I agree with you. Kate Otten, he's never had a big touchdown role, though there is no Mike Evans now. And what I will say is, unlike some other tight ends who are taken that late, he is not going to leave the field. The Pat Fryermuth, even Gunnar Helms, the whichever Rams tight end is your champion, they will not be on the field entirely. And so if Kate Otten can somehow squeeze out 4 or 5 touchdowns, he could really pay off his ADP.
Yeah, my one thing on Otten here is because I think they're going to spread the ball out. Like, they have so much depth at wide. Like, Kate Otten's only ever performed when their wide receivers are out. Well, they have 5 solid receivers now, so I just don't see that scenario really working out.
Yeah.
That's just my thing. All right, on to the Denver Broncos. Go ahead.
This is I'll say what we know. We know they have a really good defense, a really good offensive line, and a good quarterback, Bo Nix, who has finished 7th in fantasy points the last 2 years, and his ADP does not reflect that. Beyond that, I think Jalen Waddle is the number one. I think it's the question: is it a 1A, 1B? Is it a 1, a 2, and a 3? You know, is it? Who knows how the rest of the receiver room goes? The running back room is just as confusing. Dobbins is theoretically the number one, but RJ Harvey's right there.
This is funny. I hadn't seen this yet.
And Jonah Coleman is, that is interesting. And Jonah Coleman keeps getting hype. So, and then the tight end room, I basically avoided it, even though I think Evan Ingram probably leads in catches. Adam Troutman's going to play a lot. Yeah. Justin Jolly will probably play a little bit. Nate Adkins, Lucas Kroll, one of these other guys will play a bit as well.
Yeah, so I've recently took a couple shares of Ingram and only a 20-year-old thing. I think it's like clearly Jalen Waddle, the 1A. I think Sutton is the 2 for sure, and Pat Bryant is the 3. I've thought that for a while. I just think that like down the stretch, it gets closer to a 2A, 2B, basically. But I also think this is going to be an 11 personnel team. And I think Pat Bryant is going to work out a big part of the role. And like we've already seen them run that out there. And Cortland Sutton's price has been dropping. So like every player in his range has got hurt, and Cortland Sutton is getting cheaper. And Cortland Sutton is now a good pick. Like, I've been off Sutton this whole time, but everybody around him's getting hurt. Like, give me Sutton over Stribling. Like, I think that's pretty easy. Like, and I love Pat Bryant, and Pat Bryant's price is now at the point to where I think he's just where he should go. With these running backs, I think RJ Harvey's the clear like best bet for best ball. And I think that J.K. Dobbins has like a clear bet. Like I took Dobbins twice today, both on Nash Genti teams. I got a Puka Genti team today.
Ooh, that's very unique.
Yeah, I got a Puka Genti today, and I was like, let's wash that down with some J.K. Dobbins just in case. But I like the RJ Harvey price. I think that like we were talking about those guys earlier. I think I like RJ Harvey more than Brooks.
Mm-hmm.
And like it's just I want elite offenses. We were talking about elite offensive lines. This may be the best one in the league.
Yeah.
So and as you said, like Bo Nix, just a really good price. I think Troy Franklin will have a game or two that's usable. But I think if anybody gets hurt, like the thing about Pat Bryant, I think if any single person gets hurt, Pat Bryant slots into that role.
Yeah.
And I think that Troy Franklin slots in to the slot if that happens.
No, I agree. And this is the other thing with the Bo Nix also is they're deep. Like they've weapons.
Yeah.
So
just taking naked Bo Nix is like absolutely like perfectly fine.
Well, it's just so easy to backstack. And even if it is Troy Franklin, like I would take Troy Franklin over other teams' number 3s just because I think he would fit in. And he will probably still have a couple usable weeks because I don't think the tight end is going to catch a lot of passes. So their number 3 role is just more valuable.
Yeah. All right. Well, I would move to the next team. But there we go. I had to do some magic here.
Okay.
All right. Okay. I'm not going to be able to see you the rest of the stream. I had to close down I had to minimize the one because my tab button isn't working and it wouldn't even load up from the bottom of the screen. So I can only see this from now on. I can't bring up comments either, guys. So I apologize. All right, Kansas City. My team, I'll start. Jalen Royals getting buzz, but like makes sense that he does. Rashee Rice doesn't look healthy yet, and he's been running some of the Rashee Rice role, and they view him as that kind of player. So that makes sense. Cyrus Allen being listed behind Rice here is really weird when every report has been that like it's kind of him on the outside. Like I view him as an outside receiver. They view Royals as an inside receiver. Like none of this makes sense to me. Tyquan Thornton, I think, is still the outside guy. Xavier Worthy, if Cyrus Allen is something, I think it comes at Xavier Worthy's expense more than anybody else. And the backfield stuff, like Kenneth Walker, last year, like really good into the season, but he actually stayed healthy. And part of the reason he stayed healthy is because he didn't have the bell cow role. And I think that if they try to give him 80%, there's a really good chance he gets hurt. And he already got hurt because of his shoes, apparently. That's not a good start. That's a really, really bad start. Emmett Johnson being listed all the way down here, I believe is purely wrong. I do think that if week 1 happened, it would be DeMarcado over Emmett Johnson to get, like, if Walker wasn't able to go. But I think Emmett Johnson's, like, just the clear 2 here. I don't think this is right at all.
Well, I think Emmett Johnson is also the clear 2 if Walker misses time. Like, DeMarcado is just a third down back. Like, that's really what Brashard Smith is. Like, I don't think either one of those guys, if Walker were to miss games, I don't think either one of those guys is getting like 15 plus carries.
Yeah.
Like if there's a back on the team that will do that, that is clearly Emma Johnson in my book.
I kind of wonder if Brashard, like, so we don't have a fullback, and we've had fullbacks with Nagy every year. So the Bieniemy offense is not going to operate with a fullback, which is an interesting take, which means usually offenses without fullbacks are way more pass heavy and way more explosive.
Well, got to be more explosive than Matt Nagy, that's for sure.
Yeah. We don't have explosive players, so like maybe Worthy will be being healthy. I have a bag of them. It's just a good high upside bet at this point, right? Like I don't even like doing it, but I'm doing it. And then Travis Kelce, like third most yards again last year or whatever, nobody remembers.
Yeah.
And he only had 5 touchdowns. Like if Rice is actually hurt, like Kelsey's going to be the red zone target early. Like if Rice is slow coming on. So like in first quarter stuff, I think Kelce is probably an absolute smash right now.
Yeah. And I mean, my thought process, this is the Kelce, Meg talks about it with Aaron Rodgers, the last dance. I think it's Travis Kelce last dance. You mean to tell me week 17, he's not going to get the Chargers one more time? I mean, this is his swan song. And I think him and Mahomes and Andy Reid, and also Kelsey's best years were with Eric Bieniemy. So I just think there's a lot pointing here that nobody wants to. People keep talking about his yards per route run. I don't care. He keeps finishing as the top 5 tight end in either points per game, total points, or both. I'm gonna roll with that. And I think he was 5th in points per game when Mahomes got hurt. He fell a little bit because Mahomes was hurt and they were just god awful those last couple weeks.
Absolutely. It was like they knew they wanted the high pick at that point. And literally the week they got hurt, that first week with the Ludekin, they were eliminated. Like they were eliminated, I think the game before Mahomes got hurt or the game that he got hurt.
I think it was the game he got hurt.
And they literally just waved the white flag for the rest of the year. They're like, all right, come get us, Vegas. All right. Speaking of Vegas, we got Trey Tucker and Naylor listed as the outside receivers, and Jack Bech listed the slot. And Malik Benson listed behind Jalen Naylor, who was supposed to be overtaking Naylor, but then dropped like 9 balls in 2 drives. Or it wasn't that bad, but it was bad.
Yeah.
Asagenti might have died, got resurrected by the prayer circle. We're not sure. There's no footage of what happened, but I'm pretty sure he actually ascended from heaven. I think he died and he like came back down to earth. I'm pretty sure that's what happened with the prayer circle. So all the Mike Washington at 93. Good luck with all that. Hope you guys enjoy it. All right. All right. Good. What's your take on this team?
So, I mean, I'll do the Genty thing. Like right now, I have him like more the 2-3 turn, just because he could still miss a little bit, and ankle injuries can linger. But and Mike Washington is a fine number 2 back, but yeah, let's not get crazy with it. I look at this. I'm not buying the Malik Benson. I'm not buying. I mean, Dante Thornton's been banged up all camp also, so he's not playing. I think it's these 3 receivers. Trey Tucker obviously is the most experienced, but Jalen Naylor actually has experience with Kirk Cousins. And while he was not with Clint Kubiak with the Vikings when Kubiak was with the Vikings and Kirk Cousins years ago, he's been in a Kevin O'Connell offense, which is in the same tree as Clint Kubiak. So he actually probably is more familiar with the offensive terminology and system style than, say, Trey Tucker, who had Pete Carroll and Chip Kelly last year, and the year before that, I don't even remember who Antonio Pierce's offense coordinator was, but it was not good. So I like Trey Tucker a lot, but I do think Naylor can actually be a pretty functional guy in this offense. I think there are going to be a lot of 2 tight end sets.
Yeah,
so as much as I think Jack Besh has the slot role, I think it's kind of capped because Michael Mayer is going to be on the field a decent chunk.
The one thing that I've been noticing is that I need to actually Zero Fucks has been on this for a while. Like, he's very into Michael Mayer, and I do think that they're just going to be 12 personnel a lot.
Yeah.
I think that he's a really, really good low owned guy to take. And like he's basically Blake Corum of tight ends that's undrafted. He's got standalone value and he's got like crazy contingent value.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Chargers. We're kind of going to go rapid fire here because I got 13 minutes.
No, we talked about it a little before. Omarion Hampton, I think, is the guy. I mean, Keaton Mitchell will get a little bit. Vidal will get a little bit. Whether you like their prices or not, I'm still kind of out on Mitchell because I just don't know if there's much contingent value there if Hampton were to go down. I think the tight end, what's listed here, I think is completely wrong. Rondé Gadsden is not the starter.
Yeah.
Charlie Kohler, I don't think is who you want necessarily in fantasy, but he'll probably get the most snaps. We'll get a decent target share, but I think David Njoku is free and is probably going to lead this team in tight end production. Receiver-wise, I think it's 3 guys. I think Harrison and QJ end up competing for who's number 2, but Ladd is going to be the focal point. He's going to be the guy that this offense is built around from a passing standpoint, in my opinion.
Did you hear that Ladd was actually hurt last year?
I mean, he was definitely on the injury. I didn't.
No, like they. So the fantasy points with Sigma Bloom today, or that they put yesterday. Apparently, it was confirmed by somebody that Ladd was actually hurt last year, and like they basically confirmed that they knew he wasn't going to be very productive last year after like something that happened in August or it's okay. Or maybe it was October. Maybe I got the month wrong, but like there was a point that they were like, okay, we know it's kind of a lost season, but he's like for him being elite, which is incredibly bullish if all of that's true.
And I
need to do some more research on it, but yeah.
Mike McDaniel loves fast guys and he loves route runners. Ladd is both of those. Like QJ is fast, not the best route runner, and also drops the ball. So I think all these guys are draftable. Like Harris, where he goes. QJ, I'm a little out on because I think he's risen too much in price. But
I want
pieces.
I think him and Sutton are like the same pickish, but like I prefer Sutton.
Yeah.
And like I don't like the Sutton price. Like you said, everybody around that got hurt. Offensive line better. I don't think the center being hurt matters that much. Alec Ingold's actually a pretty big piece, just like Patrick Ricard for Hampton and Keaton.
Mm-hmm.
I have waved the white flag on Keaton. I don't think he's a smash pick. I think he's a fine pick at ADP. I think his ADP is fine because I do think that they're going to use him in the pass game more than we want. I think they're going to use him in the pass game a bit is all. And I think that they're going to have like some pony personnel stuff going on.
Yeah.
So
I
like
see
I
that.
think if they do pony personnel stuff with Hampton in the backfield and splitting Keaton out and having him in the slot, number one, I think that kills a little bit of Trey Harris and QJ. If that happens a little bit, probably mostly QJ, because Trey Harris is the better blocker. So in pony, you probably want the better blocking wide receiver out there. And I also think that's even worse for Gadsden because the other two guys are blockers.
Yeah.
So like I think Gadsden's like fully cooked, and I'm not like fully in on Keaton, but like I'll take him. Like I still want Aaron Jones first. I still prefer Woody Marks to him. I think Marshawn Lloyd versus him is like pretty even. It's kind of like
I think for me, Lloyd has contingent value. Like I still worry that if Hampton goes down, Vidal is the one who ends up with a much bigger role.
I'm never taking Keaton Mitchell thinking about contingent value. I'm taking Keaton Mitchell thinking I might get 5 weeks of 13, 14 points to help me advance. I don't think he has that 20-point value in him ever. I've never thought that, and I'm not going to think that. Like maybe I'm wrong, but like I don't view it that way. I'm probably not going to be swayed either. But I think that like as just I think he's going to get snaps. I think he's going to score a lot of points. I think he's going to have several. I think he's going to have like 5 touchdowns on the year. And if those weeks he gets 50 to 60 total yards, he'll have usable weeks, help you advance.
Yeah.
Anyway, on to the Arizona Cardinals.
The Jeremiah Love injury, a bit concerning just because they have nothing to play for, so they could bring him back slowly. They did already get rid of Benson. James Conner, they're saying might be ready early in the year, but I think it's pretty good for Tyler Algier early on, especially for something like first quarter or limb or things of that nature. Love, I still think has value and a role and could be a great guy down the stretch. He's got a good schedule. I think the big low key thing that people aren't talking enough about is them losing Chase Besantis, the rookie second rounder.
He's so good.
Lineman. He was so good. And they always had Paris Johnson, who's good, but they brought in Sam Alu and this guy. And it was like, okay, now they actually might have a pretty solid offensive line. Doesn't feel that way anymore. I just have some real concerns there. Overall, like you can draft Jacoby Brissett. I still think there's some bench risk. The bigger thing is I don't think we're getting Jacoby Brissett throwing the ball 40 sometimes a game. Like I just don't think that's in the wheelhouse, because they will run the ball enough to eliminate that. And so that means, Trey McBride's good. I think his ADP is just a little bit too high. Marvin Harrison, I think people are just way too down on. Michael Wilson, I think, should go lower.
I agree with everything you just said. I'm just kind of fully out on Tyler Algier. I know everybody loves him. This offense is not going to be in games close enough to score. Like, how many rushing touchdowns does this team score throughout the entire year? 12 to 15?
I'd say more than that. I mean, Browns had like 15 last year.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be worse because I think they're going to be further behind. And like just go look at their schedule and then talk about it.
Yeah, that's true. It
is so bad. I think it's like 12 total touchdowns on the ground this year, not including receiving touchdowns from backs.
Yeah.
But that's just my thing. And I think it's clearly Harrison. Michael Wilson's hard to click. I think Kendrick Bourne is a really, really fun low-owned pick right now. That offense is going to be behind a lot, and they're going to be throwing the ball a bunch. And if they score at all, he's had good games before. And in a contingent value situation, I think he's got a lot of upside. And that's exactly how Michael Wilson smashed last year. The Michael Wilson truthers won't admit that the reason that he smashed is because the other guy, the real guy that was ahead of him the whole time, actually got hurt. They just I can't even remember the name because I was in on that guy.
Xavier Weaver.
No, not Xavier Weaver.
Um,
There was an old guy.
Zay Jones.
Zay Jones. Like the really gross click that he was clearly ahead the whole time, and then he like randomly got hurt right at the end, like right before the season started.
Yeah.
Like that's why the Michael Wilson thing happened. In my eyes, maybe I'm wrong, but Zay was ahead at that point. So we got the Rams, very cut and dry. Devontae Adams, Puka, absolute smashes. Nobody else. The real question is Terrence Ferguson wide receiver 3?
Probably. I mean, at this point, I think so.
Yeah, and wide receiver 3 on this team may be awesome, may not be worth it. I think it's worth a pick in the 150s. What's your take on the split between Kyron and Blake?
I'm still gonna lean Kyron. I think people ignore that Corum did his best work in blowout games, which can still happen. And also down the stretch when Devontae Adams was out, like 3 of Corum's like 5 best weeks were the weeks Devontae Adams was out. And it was like they just lost their extra red zone weapon, their number 1 red zone weapon. So it's like Parkinson saw a bump and Corum saw a bump and Puka saw a big bump.
A few weeks before Adams went out is actually when they started doing the series for series split. It just happened that Corum got touchdowns when Adams was out is kind of how I view it. Like I think it is. I think what you said is factual. I also think that like it may be true, but it may have been just random chance thing that he just happened to score those weeks as well. Like,
well, I guess what I'm saying is it just became more likely that somebody else, the touchdowns are going to filter to somebody else when the number 1 red zone guy is out.
Well, even when Devontae Adams was healthy, like Kyron was getting touchdowns, and like since they were going drive for drive, it might have just been that like it just happened that way, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like, or it could just be that Stafford trusts Kyron, but not Corum.
Yeah, and I think
because all of those Devontae Adams touchdowns were checks, right?
Yeah.
So like it could be both.
Yeah. So I just it's not like I'm out on Corum. It's just I'm going to trust Kyron. Every year, people keep trying to find a way to say Kyron's not going to work. You know, he's a punt returner, all this kind of stuff. And every year, Sean McVay just says, that's my guy, you know?
Yeah. All right. We got 2 minutes. Go.
I just can't take Deshaun Stripling where he's going. Mike Evans will be back. Deebo Samuel is actually healthy. You know, DeMarcus Robinson will probably get more snaps than people are willing to admit over Stripling. And even Christian Kirk, when he comes back from injury, might as well. I think the 49ers have historically not played rookies too early, too much. And they're a team, they're unlike the Jets, unlike the Browns, who have all the reason to play rookies. They don't. Like, they're going to be in it to win it. And especially down the stretch, once like Kittle comes back, McCaffrey's going to get 100 targets. Like, it's just hard to find. And as you see, the 11 personnel and Stribling is in the slot. 49ers don't do it a lot. They have Kyle Juszczyk. They like 2 tight ends. They don't do 11 personnel a lot. So it's already a thin bet to begin with. I just think you need a lot to go right for it to a lot more. And he's already had some things happen for him.
All right. Yeah, I agree with everything you said. Only thing I want to say is your preseason like on Kalen Black, I was out on it. It seems like he's at least in the battle there. I don't know that the battle's over, but he does look like he could be a really good pick right now. And just give me everybody gonna be scared on Mike Evans. I'll take round 6 Mike Evans all day. Like it's probably dumb, but we're doing it. All right, Seahawks. I'm going to go real quick here. Charbonnet might be back week 6 or 7. They have an insanely hard first 2 games in week 15, 16. I don't like the running backs at all here. I'm like, I just don't like their matchups there. JSN, he's awesome, but I do think that they're going to spread the ball out a little more. I think that this defense takes a little bit of a regression. I think that they have to throw the ball a little more. The Torrey Horton setback felt really bad because I was kind of taking him over Cup because I thought he had a lot of late season upside. And because of that playoff schedule, I thought that they'd be throwing the ball more down the stretch. And
yeah,
AJ Barner has been underpriced all offseason.
I kind of fully agree with you, kind of out on the running backs, even though I'm less bullish on the Charbonnet return date. Barner, great pick. And I think they throw the ball a lot more. I don't think JSN has as large a target share, but I think his targets might be kind of flat just because they throw the ball a lot more with a weaker defense, tougher schedule, and they're not going to run the ball near as much when it's, Charbonnet coming back and no Kenneth Walker.
Yeah, and I don't think their defense is going to be bad, but I do think
it's going to take a step back.
It's going to take a small step back, and that's going to matter. That defense is awesome, but sorry we had to rush the end, but I have a higher stakes draft I got to go to right now. So
all right,
go ahead and plug yourself. Fanspeak Network, go ahead and plug yourself.
Yeah, check out Fanspeak Network at 8:30 Eastern. We have a doubleheader with Bestball Jeopardy tonight with the semifinals, so check that out. Meg and I will be back tomorrow for Sibling Showdown. And this was a lot of fun breaking this down and look forward to doing more of this during the season.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be awesome. I apologize again. Go sub over there. I had a great time. It's going to be awesome all season. We won't be rushed most weeks, but I won't have drafts to do. So, yeah. All right. Thank you once again. Peace.